Excellent. Can everybody hear me now? I think we're about to record. Just make sure that that's started. Thank you, everyone. By my iPad, I now make it 6 o'clock, so I'm going to start the evening. And this evening, we're actually starting with the licensing committee. And if members can just check that all members have got their agenda for the licensing committee. As you'll see, the agenda's main business is to deal with the election of chairman and vice chairman, together with the taking of the minutes from the last meeting. But what I would like to do before starting that is to just go through the preliminaries that I have to do as I'm standing in for the chair at this point, is the emergency evacuation procedure in the event of a fire. We're not expecting a fire alarm practice, so if there is an alarm, it will be for real. I'm sure most people in the room know that the escape routes are through the door to the back of me, or out through the doorway where you came in, and collecting in the car park area outside. Can I please ask people to turn off their mobiles, or at least put them on silent? That would be really useful. And I think then the other remaining point to draw to members' attention and gentlemen at the back of the room is the location of the ladies' and gents' toilets, which you'll have walked past on the entrance to the room. So I think that's all I need to do at this point in proceedings. So I'm going to immediately go on to... Sorry, Councillor Graham's just walked into the room, so just wait a second. Yeah, I apologise. Oh, and Councillor Windrith. Wherever you wish, Councillor Graham. You will need a microphone. Yeah. That's okay. Thank you. Thank you. For those councillors who've just walked in, I'm just introducing the licensing committee agenda. And we've got to the point where, point 2 on the agenda, where we're looking to elect the new chairman. And at this point, I'd like to take nominations for the post of chairman of the licensing committee, please. Councillor Goodrick. Are there any other nominees for chair of the licensing committee? Take silence as a no, Chairman. I do need to put that to the vote because it does need to be more than half the meeting, so as strange as it sounds, I do need to take a vote on this, which I'll quickly go down by name because we haven't got the electronic voting. Yes, I suppose we do. Sorry. I'm sorry, Councillor Graham. You can't because you're a substitute member. So I need a second. Councillor Mason, thank you, Luke, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Mason, and thank you, Councillor Graham, for correcting me. You can tell I'm not normally a chair of a meeting, can't you? So with that in mind, I'll just quickly go down the names of the members attending who are able to vote to confirm their agreement with Councillor Cleary's nomination. So Councillor Paul Andrews. For Chair. Thank you. Councillor Brackstone. For. Thank you. Councillor Cleary. For. Councillor Goodrick.
For.
Councillor Mason. For. Councillor Potter. For. And Councillor Thackeray. For. And Councillor Windrith. For. I think that's everybody here, Chairman, so I make that 8 votes in favour of your re-election, I think, as Chairman, Councillor Cleary. So I'll now happily step aside for you to take on board the rest of the agenda.
Thank you, Gary, and thank you, everybody. I'll move swiftly onto the agenda. Apologies for absence. I think, are we all here now? I can't see behind me. Are we all here? No.
Apologies have been received from Councillor Mackenzie, and Councillor Graham will substitute.
Thank you very much. Are there any other apologies we're not aware of? No. Move swiftly on to item 4, appointment of vice chairman. Have we any nominations for vice chairman, please? I can't see behind me, so Can I propose Councillor Windrus, if he is willing to take the nomination?
I'll second that, Chairman.
Are there any other nominations for position of Vice Chairman? No? If there are no, quickest way is actually to go through the list. Gary, you've got the list in front of you and I can't see behind me. If you would go through.
I'll quickly read the list out, Chairman, which is Councillor Paul Andrews. 4. Councillor Braxton.
4.
Councillor Cleary.
4.
Councillor Goodrick.
4.
Councillor Mason.
4.
Councillor Potter.
4.
Councillor Thackeray.
4.
And Councillor Windrus. I think that's, again, unanimous, 8-0.
Thank you, Gary, and thank you, Councillor Winspear. Windrus, even. Sorry, force of habit. Moving on to item 5, the minutes. They have been circulated. I hope everybody's happy. I would only just add that I think I had to take the chair there, and I managed to get it through in 4 minutes. So I've set myself a bit of a target. We're happy to accept the minutes as a true record of the meeting of the 13th of April. Again, if we carry it by, if anybody has any problem with it, if they would speak up now, otherwise we'll pass it by general affirmation. We'll carry that through general affirmation, thank you. Item 6, urgent business, I have none. Item 7, any other business that the chairman decides is urgent, I have none. Item 8, applications determined by delegated decisions. Are there any questions? I don't know who's here that would be able to answer any. Gary?
Yes, I mean, these are all, in essence, well, you're looking at pavement licences, in essence.
I'm going to backtrack just a moment, because some of these are commercial licences, and I don't see on the agenda declarations of interest. Does anybody have any declarations of interest that need to be declared before we look at these? They have been passed, but I think it's proper that we people have a chance to declare any interests. I hear nobody shouting, so I assume there are none. The only point I note on item 5, application 5, which was refused, the one on Burgate, I'm assuming it was refused because of road safety and that the pavement was on the other side of the road. Is that correct?
I did look into this before the meeting because I did notice.
Yeah.
And essentially the main reason for the refusal was because of a consultation with North Yorkshire County Council Highways and a highway safety issue. The area is around about 15 metres from the premises that it was actually related to, so there was to some extent considered to be a lack of intervisibility. It was on the opposite side of the road, and staff safety.
Thank you.
So that was the reason.
Thank you. That's what I assumed, but it's all well to be confirmed. Are there any other questions that need to be asked or would like to be asked? If not, I will close the meeting and hand over to Councillor Andrews. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. This is the meeting of the Planning Committee. I won't repeat the warnings that Gary gave at the beginning of the Licensing Committee. That, of course, still stands. I'll read out the notice at the top of the agenda. For the purpose of public transparency and accountability, the meeting will be live streamed online. Details of how to access the live stream will be made available on the Council's website in due course. For health and safety reasons and in accordance with our risk assessment, members of the public are asked to follow the meeting via this method as they will not be able to attend in person. Members of the public wishing to speak at the meeting can do so remotely and I believe they already have details of how to do this. I'd like to say first of all, I'd like to thank Councillor Goodrick for her hard work in taking us through the pandemic as chairman. I think we're all grateful to her for that. I'd also like to thank members for electing me as chairman of this committee. So to start with the agenda, are there any apologies for absence?
Yeah, apologies have been received from Councillor Mackenzie, and Councillor Graham will substitute.
Thank you. Are there any declarations of interest? I'll start by saying that I have been canvassed in regard to item 7, the land east of Whitegate, Sherburn. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item 8 at Yaklam. I've not been lobbied, but I was contacted by the applicant as ward member. It's personal, non-pecuniary, non-prejudicial. Thank you.
Councillor Thackeray.
Yes, similarly, item 11, I was contacted by the applicant, again, personal, non-prejudicial, non-pecuniary.
I would also say that I've had a conversation with Councillor Thackeray in regard to the same matter, so I suppose we should declare an interest in regard to that. Again, personal, non-pecuniary. Councillor Mason.
I've been contacted quite a while ago by the applicant on item number 9, and I have also been contacted by local residents, again, personal, non-pecuniary.
Yeah. Thank you, and again, you've spoken to me about that one. Councillor Potter.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I've had contact over item 13, but not really directly relating to this application, but previously so, same personal, non-pecuniary, non-prejudicial. Thank
you. Can we now proceed to the minutes? Is everybody happy with the minutes as a true record? If so, could somebody please propose them? That's moved by Councillor Cleary, seconded by Councillor Mason. Can we proceed by... Can we do this simply by sticking up our hands? That might be easier, I think. So can we have a show of hands, please? 1, 2, 3, 4. So,
I think, Chairman, you're unanimous from the people who were actually at the meeting there. Obviously,
yes.
The people who weren't have had to abstain, so it's unanimous.
Right. Thank you. Urgent business. I have no urgent business. However, there's just a couple of points that I think I ought to mention, and that is that that there is because as I'm now chairman, there is now a vacancy which I previously had on the Local Plans Working Party, and it's not on the agenda tonight, but at the next meeting it'll be agendarised to appoint somebody to fill the place which I've left, because I'll be on the committee. I'll be on that working party ex officio. The second thing is I'm asking the planning officer to put a regular item on the agenda for updating on the local plan review, which I think is something that we ought to receive. We ought to receive progress reports at the very least. So we're all happy with that? So we now go on to the schedule of items to be determined by the committee, and we start with application number 20-01223-73M at Scagglethorpe Parish Council. It's by Southern Construction Limited. There's a variation of condition 26, plans of approval 09-01306 MFUL dated 1st of February 2012 to allow amendments to the proposed scheme at land at Scagglethorpe, Manor Farm, Main Street, Scagglethorpe. I'd ask the officer to present the report, please.
Tonight, that's Alan Goforth, Chairman, who will be presenting remotely. So I think Alan will be with us shortly.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Chair. Item 6 is on page 7 of the agenda, and is reported to Planning Committee for determination due to objections being received from local residents. Just to update members in terms of the late pages, which are pages 5 through to 9 on the late documents that were circulated. Firstly, just an update on the recommendation, which now refers to the need for a variation of the existing Section 106 legal agreement in relation to affordable housing. Also, the Parish Council have responded to acknowledge the revised highways proposals, the highways officer's response, and also the mitigation, and therefore have confirmed no objections to the application. And also Yorkshire Water have withdrawn their objection to the application. Some local concern does remain in relation to the possibility of on-street parking and highway safety, and as a result, the application is reported to Planning Committee. In terms of the comments received from local residents, it should be noted that there are responses that welcome good quality new housing in the village, and there is a general acceptance that the site is to be developed. In terms of the application before members, the application relates to 9 new build dwellings and a barn conversion. The application seeks material amendments to an extant planning permission with lawful commencement of development having occurred in early 2015. The extant permission is subject to a Section 106 legal agreement to secure financial contributions to open space and 4 affordable dwellings on site. In terms of the changes proposed, I refer members to page 36 of the agenda. On this page, you will see a helpful comparison, which is an extract from the applicant's design and access statement, where you can compare the layout of the consented and proposed schemes. In terms of the changes for which permission is sought, there are additions in terms of single-storey elements, but generally the layout and footprints of the dwellings do not vary significantly from the permitted scheme. There are only minimal differences in terms of general site arrangements, such as the position of garages and space between dwellings. The revised layout proposes parking to the front of the proposed terrace of dwellings, which is plots 6 to 9 on the plans, and the latest plans show that it's possible for 2 vehicles to be parked clear of the highway for each of those 4 dwellings. The developer is providing the appropriate amount of on-site parking for those dwellings in line with current guidance, and is actually in excess of what was originally proposed, originally approved. Furthermore, the developer has included a unilateral undertaking for no waiting restrictions in the form of double yellow lines, which would be completed along the site frontage. The highways officer is satisfied, subject to the completion of the unilateral undertaking and the recommended conditions as listed in the report. The application is also accompanied by a viability assessment, which concludes that the development is not viable with an affordable contribution, either on site or as a financial contribution. The findings of the report have been reviewed independently, and the conclusions can be accepted. In conclusion, the proposal relates to a site within development limits with extant permission for 10 dwellings. The minor material changes are considered to be acceptable, and the highways impacts can be mitigated. The development of this partially progressed site for residential purposes is supported, and whilst not wholly policy compliant in terms of affordable housing, the development is considered viable and would make a contribution towards housing supply in the area. It is therefore recommended that, subject to the prior completion of the aforementioned legal agreements, that permission is granted subject to the 25 conditions as listed in the report. I'll now move on to the PowerPoint presentation, which I believe members should be able to access. So in terms of the slides that we have for this particular application, the first slide is an aerial photo of the application site. I've highlighted where the proposed access would be of Bullpiece Lane. This is on the southern side of Scagglethorpe and within the development limits of the village. I've also highlighted the nearest residential property, which is the property named Moonstones, which is to the north of the barns, which are due to be converted to form a dwelling. I've also highlighted one of the buildings on site
Can you
on this
pause a
photo.
moment? Can you pause a moment, please, Alan? There's a...
Yes.
I think we're just going to get one of the gentlemen from the back just to help you out with that. No, just yeah, fine, yeah. Just the agent.
Can you continue, please, Alan?
Okay, thank you, Chair. Yes, so on the aerial photo, we've also highlighted the residential properties to the east of the site, adjacent to the proposed access, which are the Southwood cottages and the detached property of Southwood.
Are you there, Alan? Alan, I think you might be muted.
At the back, is there anything we can do about this? Because we're a bit stuck. Sorry, we're just messaging the officer. He's seen the message, so I think we might have to get him to log out and come back in. So he's waiting to be admitted again.
Can we take 5 minutes? Can we adjourn for 5 minutes, please, Chair? Please, everybody.
Ah, right, okay.
Yes, you just wait a moment, Alan. With
Yep.
people left the room.
Yeah, I've got no indication of any issues at this end.
The problem's not at the other end. We're going to do it separately because it doesn't stretch far in. So Neve's going to press when you say you've got 3 minutes, we'll start, and then I'll tell you when he's got 30 seconds left.
And amongst other things, to be perfectly honest, I went to sleep outside, so I was sort of rushed here, and I've come without this.
I think everyone can hear the conversation in the room at Ryedale House. Just to let you know that.
Thank you, Jill. I think we're back on sound now. I'm not quite sure what happened.
Okay.
Yes. Can you start again, please, Alan? Well, I'm not asking you to actually start your presentation. If you could start from when you left off with the with the last photograph you put up.
Yes, certainly, Chair. Thank you. Yeah, if we could move on to the next slide, please. Yes, so the next series of photos will pan around the application site. These are recent photos. So this is facing west, and this is the access into the site. As you can see, it's currently a construction site. If you can just move on to the next slide, please. Yep, so panning around towards the north, you can just see part of the barn, which is due to be converted on the right-hand side of that photo. Next slide, please. This is within the site, roughly stood where plots 6 to 9 would be constructed, the terrace of dwellings along the frontage. This is facing north towards the barn conversion, the gable end, the southern gable end of that barn conversion. And on you can just see the roof of moonstones on the left-hand side of that photo. Next slide, please. So panning round northwest, just to show the application site boundary is a substantial brick wall, which is referred to in one of the conditions that does provide screening from the back of plots numbers 4 and 5 on the northern boundary. If we can just move around, please. Again, facing west, just showing the open fields to the west of the application site. And you can just see a post and rail fence, which is the site boundary. Next slide, please. And panning round towards the southwest. And next slide, please. And background towards where the site access is. And in the background, you can just see the Southwood cottages on the eastern side of Bullpiece Road, Bullpiece Lane. Next slide, please. Facing out from the site onto the public highway. This is at the access point. And the next photo, please. And again, just the close-up of the barn conversion in the northeastern corner of the application site. Next slide should be another close-up. And I believe the next slide as well is also just a close-up of the barn conversion. Okay, next slide, please. So out on the public highway, this is facing south out of Scagglethorpe along Bullpiece Lane. On the right-hand side, you can see the frontage of what would be the barn conversion. And on the next slide, you can just see the entrance to Moonstones to the north of the application site. You can also see the northern gable end of the barn conversion. Next slide, please. And this photo is taken facing north on the approach into Scagglethorpe. at the southern end of the village. On the right-hand side, you can see Southwood Cottages. In the distance, you can see the southern gable end, the stone gable end of what would be the barn conversion. But if you just keep in mind the position of that gable end, when we move on to the next slide, if we can do that now, please. This is an artist's impression of the site when it's developed and built out. So you can see the frontage terrace of 4 dwellings, and you can just make out that where it shows the gable end of the barn conversion there. This CGI photo also shows the parking along the frontage that is referred to in a number of representations. If we can move on to the next slide, it's just a series of artist impressions, visualizations of the site and how it will appear once constructed. This is looking from the east towards down onto the site. So you can, at the back of the site, you can see the detached properties of plots 1 to 3, and then gable on is plots 4 and 5, which run parallel to the northern boundary on the right-hand side. In the corner is the barn conversion, and along the frontage is plots 6 to 9, which are obscured there by planting. If we can just move on to the next slide, please. So this is within the site, showing plots 1 to 3, just the general appearance of those dwellings and the materials and general form and scale of those dwellings. If we can just move on to the next one, please. And this is turned round to face towards the northeast corner of the application site. On the left-hand side are the semi-detached plots numbers 4 and 5. And on the right-hand side is the rear of plot 6, which is the northernmost of the terraced properties. And in the background, you can just see the inner wall of the barn conversion. And I believe that is probably the final slide. So that concludes the presentation on that item. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alan. I believe the agent wishes to speak, so could we... is the agent there? And
It's Jamie Piper.
Mr. Piper?
Good evening.
Could you make your presentation, please? You have 3 minutes, and we'll let you know within 30 seconds of when your presentation should come to an end.
Thank you.
Can we start now?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. As is noted in your officer's report, this site already benefits from an extant planning permission for the conversion of an existing barn to 1 dwelling and the erection of 9 new dwellings. The general principle of development is therefore established. Having recently purchased the site, my client, Scotland Construction, who are a Malton-based developer, have sought to improve upon the design of the previous 2009 proposals, both in terms of the external aesthetics as well as ensuring the internal layout reflects the requirements of buyers in 2021. In layout terms, the proposals are broadly consistent with the early approval, as is the size and format of the dwellings. The proposed cottages along the site frontage are to be provided with driveways off the public highway, with this being agreed with highways officers. You'll also note from the CGI visuals that have been provided that consideration of landscaping to this frontage has also been given to ensure an attractive street scene is maintained. By providing driveways onto the highway from these cottages will limit the opportunity for on-street parking, which has been raised by local residents as an issue, and will allow for a better proportion private rear gardens to these properties. To reinforce these parking restrictions, my client have agreed to fund a TRO to ensure yellow lines are provided along the road frontage in order to positively respond to this local concern. As will be noted from the visuals that have been submitted, it is intended to use traditional materials and the style of the properties will seamlessly assimilate with the character of the village. As part of the submission, my client has looked at the viability of the proposals and have commissioned an independent viability report to assess this. As will be noted in your officer's report, regrettably it is not viable to provide affordable housing on this site, and this has been verified by the council's viability specialist who has come to the same conclusion. In summary, this application seeks to amend an extant permission to allow for subtle changes to house types and layout, as well as omitting the need for affordable housing. The number of houses proposed will remain unchanged, as will their format format and number of bedrooms. This site on the gateway into the village has stood vacant for a number of years now, and should permission be granted today, my client is committed to making an early start and bring these proposals forward. As well as providing an attractive range of homes to the market, the development of the site will bring about a significant improvement to its appearance, as currently it is a detractor to its setting. We therefore respectfully request that planning permission be granted. Thank you.
Alan, do you want any? Would you wish to make any comments on that, or can we go on straight on to members' questions?
No, thank you, Chair. Happy to proceed.
Are there any members' questions? Councillor Potter.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, I have quite a number of questions. The first one, was there a viability assessment for the original scheme? I believe dated around 2009, and if so, has it been compared to the latest viability assessment?
Alan?
Thank you, Councillor Potter. The earlier application was predates the current local plan and at the time complied with policy. I don't believe a viability assessment was produced or required at the time. In this case, obviously, we're saying that it doesn't comply with policy, but policy does allow for a viability assessment to be made on a case-by-case basis.
Chairman, I'd just like to add as an addendum to that, because Alan wasn't with us in 2009, so I could remember this at the time. And the applicant wasn't a developer, if that means anything. I think it was a permission to get a permission to probably sell the scheme on at the time. So I think that was the background to it. I don't think there was a great deal of rigour given to whether that scheme could meet the policy requirement. It just offered it up and got the permission on that basis.
Yes. I mean, on that basis, I'm wondering what has changed so considerably when house sale prices have been rocketing for so many years. So I presume the answer is it just wasn't assessed properly in the first place.
I suspect there is something in it, Chairman, but although house prices have gone up as well, so have various other aspects of development costs as well. You know, so it's a two-way thing. It's not just house prices, but the construction costs, material costs, all those things have added into it, as well as labour cost as well.
Yeah, I certainly appreciate that, but these things should be balanced between the increased input to the increased sale price. So are the developers and their consultants correct in assessing that they can legally have their cake and eat it by ditching their S106 contribution and yet also avoiding the SIL that should have replaced it, thus paying only a paltry £5,000 contribution to infrastructure?
In terms of the current proposal, the viability assessment considers the affordable housing provision in terms of on-site and the alternative is a financial contribution. So the SIL has been brought in since the previous permission and under the transitional arrangements. Unfortunately, that is quite a small amount in comparison is what's secured. But there would be a deed of variation for the legal agreement to remove just the affordable housing element of that contribution.
I think, and to add to the comment, if you like, in terms of the commencement, which was a technical commencement, it's quite a common thing that happens in the development industry is that, you know, when you get a planning permission, you discharge your conditions and commence. What that does essentially is protect a position in time. So it's quite I won't say a standard tactic. It doesn't happen all the time, but it does happen. And I suspect happened in this case because the person in possession of the permission wasn't intending to carry on and build the development out at that time.
Yeah, so is this loophole likely to be challenged in any way, or what's going to be done in an effort to correct this pretty appalling weakness in policy?
Well, as Alan's mentioned, policy's moved on, and we're now a SIL authority, so planning permissions which are linked to a historic Section 106 are petering out as it stands at the moment. I mean, who knows what the council will do in the fullness of time, whether we might stay with SIL, go back to Section 106 or whatever. You know, those are our decisions. But as it stands at the moment, there are still one or two what I would call old permissions with old Section 106s working through the system. And if circumstances change on a particular site, which might have a particular set of circumstances, then we sometimes get faced with these requests to vary Section 106s. And developers will come in with a viability at this time, to demonstrate their case. I mean, clearly, as you can imagine, they're not things that we appreciate getting, and we get them very rigorously looked at. We don't have in-house valuers anymore, but we did use a local authority valuer, so it's one of our family, if you like, to look at it very rigorously, and that was done by a neighbouring authority who rigorously went through the assumptions in the viability assessment and came out at the other end and said, well, actually, it's a reasonable assessment. So that's where we are.
Yeah, thank you. Moving on to a different subject. Given there's an known flood problem on Setterington Beck, particularly downstream at Brambling Fields, what attenuation will there be to surface water runoff, and why does there not appear to be any consultation with or comment from the LLFA or the IDB, as the IDB are responsible for that water course?
Alan?
In terms of the application, the drainage arrangements are unchanged and are as per the consented scheme. So as shown on the drainage plans which accompany the report, so the consultees will mirror those which were consulted originally, and we've had a response from Yorkshire Water of no objections. But in this case, given it's a minor material amendment application, it's not one that would trigger consultation with the lead local flood authority.
Right, thank you. I'm nearly there. Will the original planning conditions that are currently printed on pages 50 to 58 still apply?
Alan?
The conditions, thank you, Councillor Potter. The conditions are listed at the end of the report, and the conditions that we are recommending are based upon the conditions that were imposed in 2012, and they are updated to reflect the details which have been approved under the terms of conditions since that permission was granted, which allowed for the commencement of development.
Right, thank you. So I'm looking at condition 27 on page 57. So will that have to be adhered to?
Page 57 is a copy of the old planning permission, which I believe is included as part of the applicant's design as an appendices of the applicant's design and access statement. So in terms of the conditions which are to be imposed, it's those which are listed on page 13 through to 17 on the agenda.
So presumably the condition 27 that was requiring 10% of energy consumption of developments derived from renewables, etc., has been conveniently ditched as well.
I think, Chairman, that condition came from what was extant at the time, which was in the regional spatial strategy, which got ditched. We had to ditch it. You know, the regional government got pulled. It's just one of those passages in time that regional policy just disappeared.
Yes, there's some very, very convenient holes for things to fall in. Thank you, that's my lot, Chair.
Councillor Thackeray?
Yes, well, my eyebrows raise at any developer undertaking any development, certainly of a scale of this nature, with a view to making 4.5% profit. Find it unreal. But what I'm interested to know is, A, where the viability study is, because I've not read it, and also whether or not, having been convinced as a council that the viability study is correct, is there data, is there going to be a presentation of the final accounts to show whether or not it didn't actually make 24% profit or 15% profit? Or do we just accept the fact that in the last 12 months property prices have gone up by 10% and are still going up, and the developer walks away with a fortune? Is there an answer to the conundrum?
Well, Alan will probably...
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Thackeray. In terms of the viability assessment, it is a detailed document, and as Gary has mentioned, it has been sent to an independent body who's been able to assess the findings. The general view is that we can accept it. It is robust and it is a sound assessment, and that the scheme would break even with a 17.5% profit, which is planning practice guidance does point to profit margins as being 15 to 20% of the gross development value as being generally what developers are looking for in terms of viability. In terms of the agenda on page 41, there is a brief summary of the findings of the viability assessment, but I know in terms of the public documents, that document is, I believe, is marked as confidential for commercial reasons.
Can I just ask, Alan, which authority is it that we went to?
Scarborough Borough Council.
Do you have any supplementary questions, Councillor Thackeray?
Well, yes. The gist of what I'm saying is, what tells us as a council, what proves the pudding in the eating in this situation. We've been told one thing, but what do we get sight of the actual profit at the end of the day?
Well, you make a decision at a point in time. That's what you do. In terms of the information, I mean, these viability reports do contain confidential, sensitive information. They're usually asked to be kept confidential on that basis, but they're assessed on that basis by officers, so there's a degree of trust in terms of you're trusting us to give you the right recommendation. We don't retain in-house valuation advisors here, and in the past we have gone to a variety of sources, including the district valuer, who on occasions we've found to, we've questioned even some of those responses. But what we've done here is actually gone to another local authority who are used to dealing with developers, so they can spot issues. And the analysis that I've seen is a very thorough analysis of the figures in that appraisal. So we're being told by that individual that actually the assumptions are roughly correct. The profit margins that Alan's referred to are the sort that the development industry is expecting to work to. And so we've come to you with this scheme, which is not providing you with your normal levels of affordable housing on that site. Now, you can appreciate as an officer that there's a difficult recommendations to make, but we wouldn't make it if we didn't think there was any other alternative. The other alternative is the site sits there, because it won't get developed with it.
Are there any other questions? Can we then go into debate, please? Who is the who's the member? Is it Councillor Cleary? Yes.
I do beg your pardon. I was miles away. Scowthorpe is my ward here. I think some of us will have visited the site subsequent to this application to look at a neighbouring application on a photovoltaic array, I seem to recall. So some of us have met there some time ago when it was in a partially demolished state. So we are aware of the fact that it is, if not an eyesore, not an attractive site in terms of the entrance to that village. As has been mentioned, it is disappointing that the affordable housing element has been lost, and no doubt that the affordable housing, which the policy itself had weaknesses, and hopefully the policy will be reviewed as the local plan is reviewed. In terms of the valuation that we have been, the results of the valuation we've been presented with, I think, as Gary said, we have to take that on trust that the affordable housing element has taken any kind of profit away from that, any kind of economic profit away from that development. The initial application was 2009. Well, 0809 was a disaster for most British industry, but property development in particular. And I can tell you that although house prices have risen, construction costs have rocketed, finance costs have gone through the roof if you can find it. So I can quite understand how something that was proposed in 09 is a completely different proposition as we're looking at it now. And I think the developer has addressed some of the objections from both neighbours and also, in particular, the Highway Authority. I think it is a balanced decision in terms of losing the affordable housing, but I would say on balance, there is more to be gained by moving approval for this and allowing the site to be developed and housing stock added to. So then I will move approval, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak? Councillor Goodrick.
Thank you, Chairman. I listened to all the arguments this evening, and I've heard the suggestion that house builders are about to make a lot of money, and I pick up on the comment from my colleague, Councillor Cleary. Material costs have skyrocketed. They've more than doubled in the last 10 months, not even 12 months, and they continue to rise. So I think the house builders will be pushed to deliver this with a reasonable kind of profit, but it gets us 10 houses in the area that we need. It is disappointing we have no affordable housing. It is something that I care deeply about, but on that basis I will second approval of the application, Chairman.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Well, one of the key challenges in our council plan is the provision of affordable 1- and 2-bedroomed houses, and yet here we appear to have either the developer and or Birdsall Estate avoiding the provision of 4 such houses by land banking, then revisiting their planning obligations and claiming it's no longer viable to provide what they legally agreed to. The authority agrees that they can do so, with the officer's report stating that this lack of affordable housing, meaning the application is not policy compliant, is unfortunate. Well, I would describe it as not so much unfortunate as an utter disgrace. If the developer has to only pay a measly £5,000, it'll be a pathetic and unacceptable contribution to the essential infrastructure that they will expect the public purse to then provide. With reference to the late pages on page 8 from Yorkshire Water, at the bottom, it says, we fully endorse this proposal, as in surface water going straight to the local outfall to the local watercourse. I also think that is unacceptable for Yorkshire Water to fully endorse unattenuated surface water runoff to the local watercourse. So I'm afraid on balance I can't support this. Thank you, Chair.
Is there anybody else who wishes to speak? And I would just ask the officers if they wish to if they wish to say anything before we finish.
Nothing to add myself, Chairman. I'm not sure if Alan
Nothing
has.
further. Nothing further. Thank you, Chair.
Right, which has been proposed and it has been seconded. Do we still use a show of hands, or can we press the buttons?
Well, I think, Chairman, we're not using the electronic voting tonight. We can't because of the setup. So I think probably what we need to do, and I think as established by Councillor Goodrick quite reliably on the virtual meetings and at the last meeting, was to do a call of officers' names. And I think clearly it's been moved and seconded for approval. So if you want me to go down the names, would you wish me to do that?
Would anybody object if we put our hands up?
Well, I think we need to. Well, we need to record who's voted which way. So I think it's easy.
Yes, go down.
I'll be quick, Chairman. Do you want me to do this for you?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Andrews.
For.
Councillor Brackstone.
Against.
Councillor Cleary.
For.
Councillor Goodrick.
For.
Councillor Hope. Oh, he's not here, sorry. Councillor Mason.
For.
Councillor Graham.
For.
Councillor Potter.
Against.
Councillor Thackeray. And Councillor Windress.
For.
Thank you. Chairman, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 votes for, 2 votes against, and 1 abstention.
Permission is granted.
Thank you.
Now go on to the next item, which is it's item number 7, isn't it? It's application number 20, oblique 01252, oblique M, full, in Sherburn Parish Council. It's a full application by Jamboree Entertainment for the change of use of agricultural land for a temporary period of 5 years between the months of July and September of each year for the use as a visitor attraction with maze, children's fanfare, fairground and refreshment stands with associated parking. At land east of Whitegate, Sherburn, could the officer present the report, please?
Thank you, Chair. The agenda item begins on page 61, and the application site relates to agricultural fields measuring approximately 6.5 hectares located to the south of the A64 in Sherburn. This site is located to the east of Whitegate and to the west of Ryedale. The site is bounded by Sand Lane to the north and fields under the same ownership to the south. The site is located within an area of high landscape value, and the Wolds Way National Trail public right-of-way bisects the site. The site is also designated as an area of archaeological interest. The Chair has read out the description of the proposal, and this proposed maze will be operational for 12 weeks in the summer, of which 2 would allow for the site setup and 1 for site dismantling. The site will be open for visitors for the remaining 9-week period. The main Yorkshire Rose maze would incorporate the largest part of the maze to the north of the site. The Scarecrow maze, which is intended for younger children, would be located to the southeast, and to the southwest would be the Field of Dreams, where the Big Top and associated rides would be located. The site would incorporate a one-way access system, which is approached from Ryedale and exited onto Whitegate. This is indicated on what would become the approved plan if the proposal is approved. The car park will be located at the southern edge of the site and would have capacity for up to 400 parking spaces. It's confirmed that the cars will be parked on the grass. And if we could just pop to the map, that would be great. The site was confirmed as being proposed to allow visitors between 9:30 a.m. and 5 p.m. daily. Permission was also sought to ensure staff could be present on the site to facilitate morning setup and evening litter pick and close down between 9 o'clock and 5:30. As also reported in the officer's report, this would incorporate 2 security caravans. There is a commercial waste collection organised, and the site will be served by Portaloos. In terms of updates, there have been a late representation from the planning agent Cheryl Ward, dated the 2nd of June, on behalf of Mr. Barstow of Springfield Farm, and another letter has been received from Mr. Barstow directly on Sunday, the 6th of June. This second letter wasn't possible to add to the already published late pages, so it's been printed for members and added online. These both raise a number of concerns and suggestions of draft conditions, including the potential for a different site to be considered. Yesterday, the final comments and recommended conditions from North Yorkshire County Council Highways have been received, which have been added online and also printed for members. This confirms the acceptance of some slight alterations to the originally proposed conditions, and the agent has also confirmed acceptance of this. This will ensure that the improvements to the access and exit in terms of surfacing will be undertaken prior to opening in the intended date in July, together with improvements to provide the necessary visibility displays for highway safety. It has been agreed by North Yorkshire Highways that they're content for the passing place on Whitegate to be provided prior to the 2022 season. And following that, yesterday there has been a further letter from the agent, which has also been printed out for members, and it confirms on a number of points. It includes confirmation that they're happy with the highway conditions, their view that there was no trespass from the site last year, the flag advertisement identified within the late pages, they're happy to have that controlled as part of the signage condition, and it's their view that the 5-year permission is their preference, and their request is that the application is determined as currently submitted. Just on another point, the Parish Council Clerk has phoned today to confirm they wish to make no changes to their most recent comments, and they've confirmed they have withdrawn their objection on the basis of the updated information and recommended conditions. And as a final point, I would just like to draw members' attention to the slightly unusual situation that's afforded by virtue of the Town and Country Planning Act permitted development and miscellaneous amendments regulations that were published in light of the pandemic. The government has granted additional temporary permissions for 2021, allowing cumulatively up to 56 days of temporary uses, so that even if this application were deferred for site visit or refused, the applicants do have a fallback position this year that would allow the site to operate for 8 weeks rather than the proposed 9. And if this was the case at that point, they wouldn't be subject to the recommended conditions at the end of the officer's report. So that's the end of my updates. I just want to briefly confirm this site has been subject to EIA screening, and that was detailed in the officer's report. Whilst it is an area of high landscape value and in an archaeologically sensitive area, following a review of the proposal, we've determined that it doesn't meet the parameters of requiring further EIA assessment following completion of the screening matrix. It's not considered that the characteristics of the development nor the location of the development would result in significant impacts that would require that assessment. So if we could just go to the next photograph, Ellie, thank you. So I'll just run through these quickly. As you'll appreciate, it's quite a large site, so there's quite a few photographs. This is a photograph which is taken just after the exit on the A64 on Ryedale before the pastures cul-de-sac on the right. And if we just move on to the next one, this is a photograph where you can see just in the kind of distance the access to the site from Ryedale. The next photograph will show a view of the same access, but even further in the distance, but this is taken from further to the south. So if we can move on to the next photograph. This is just a view of the kind of car park area and southern part of the site from the east, but the next photo And the next photo, I do have quite a lot of photos. This is a better photograph of the actual entrance to the site. You can note the quite wide verge that will allow for visibility displays to be achieved. And just to the right-hand side of the photograph is the access to High Mill Farm. So if we could just go on to the next photograph, and the next one, and the next one. I really did want you to see everything. So this is taken just from where you would enter the site, and at that point you're able to see where the Scarecrow Maze would be and the Field of Dreams as well, and just behind that to the south would be the car parking area. I've taken these photographs in March, so presumably the maze will be quite a lot higher than that now. So if we could just move on to the next one. This, I've got quite a small image here to look at, but this is just within that southern part of the field, and you can see kind of the surrounding landscaping as well. So if we could just move on again, please. This is taken from, I believe, the southern boundary of the site, looking sort of northeast. And the next one, please. And then this is taken from the southwestern corner of the site, looking towards the north, and you're seeing the landscaping there along the western boundary of the site. So if we could just move on to the next one, please. This is a view taken from along the public right-of-way which bisects the site. So that's between the access and the exit of the site. And you can appreciate that even in March, whenever the hedgerow wasn't in leaf, they are of quite substantial heights. So if you could just move on to the next one, please. And that's a photograph just from the public right-of-way looking towards the west of the site. So if we could just move on to the next one, please. This is taken from the kind of central point of the site, just where the public right-of-way is, but looking northwards towards where the largest part of the maze would be. And the next one, please. This is another view, sorry, this is the first view you'll have seen of the exit of the site. This is onto White Gate. And I have got quite a few of these just to give you the context. So if we could just move through them fairly quickly. There is quite a wide verge at that point and some very kind of mature landscaping along that point as well, which is where the Field of Dreams would be, which is the area where the rides would be kind of contained to. So we could just move on to the next one, please. This is taken from further north along White Gate. And if we could just move on to the next one, please. And the next one, please. And that's just looking from White Gate towards the western boundary of the site again. And just on to the next one. So this is quite small for me, but I believe that is the view where you can see Wesley Manse, which is one of the nearest neighbours to the site. As noted in the report, it's about 12 metres away from the domestic curtilage of the nearest property to the actual application site, but the part that it would most closely border is the actual maze itself, and it would be, I believe, about 120 metres away from the actual area where the rides and the fairground would be. So if we could just move on, please. That's another view of Wesley Manse, and just the next one. And this is a view of Rosecroft and Wesley Manse in the background. So just on to the next one. This is a view taken just along the kind of northern extent of the site, the sort of northeastern corner. And along that is Sand Lane, which is the access you can see on the left-hand side. And on the right-hand side, that is the access to Springfield Farm. So if we could just move on to the next one. It's just a better view of Sand Lane. And the next one, please. And this is a view from the other side of Sand Lane looking westwards, sorry. So just the last couple now. This is a view from Simon Howe, which is a road that is down at the kind of far southeastern extent of the site. It's a very kind of, I imagine it's very limited use. And the next one is just a photograph from the higher land along White Gate to the southwest. So I do apologise for the number of photographs there, but I think it's useful whenever it's such a large site. So I'm just going to quickly review some of the key points. As noted in the report, we consider the principle of this development to be acceptable in this location. It would provide benefits in relation to tourism, Sherburn, and policy SP8, which is our tourism policy, notes in particular that there's support for areas where tourism is undeveloped, which includes Malton, Norton and the Wolds, and for cultural and creative businesses inspired by Ryedale's unique environment. As noted, the maze would only run for 9 weeks per year, with another 3 for set-up and close down, with strictly limited daytime hours. It's therefore considered that a 5-year temporary permission for such an event like this is acceptable, subject to the other controls and conditions recommended. In terms of character and form, the 2 areas of the actual mazes themselves would be unimpacted by temporary structures, and they'd be retained in the more limited southwestern corner of the site within the Field of Dreams. I've made some notes in the report. The Big Top is the largest structure. It would span 9.5 metres, and the second largest is 6.25 metres. All the other rides would be between 3.5 and 5 metres in height. And it's considered appropriate that if there are any further structures over 5 metres in the future, that we have details of those in advance to stop a proliferation. As detailed in the report, there'll be other conditions on lighting to prevent nighttime lighting and for some limited additional landscaping to fill in what are some quite limited areas of gaps. It's not considered that security huts would pose any kind of issue in terms of character and form, and they've been adequately justified, nor will they result in any permanent residential development. There also is a condition related to signage to include protection of the public right-of-way, and the agent has confirmed that as part of that, if this is approved, they would be happy to add signs to ensure that neighbouring fields aren't accessed, and made very clear that the application site is the site that they're in and not anywhere else beyond that. As part of any signage application, we'd expect to see details of speed signs and warning signs for walkers and equine and farm traffic on the roads, in particular Whitegate, which is narrower. There may be wider, in fact there is likely to be wider and more immediate views of this development, but this would be for a very limited period of time, 12 weeks only, of which 9 would be the operational period. The site would revert to its undeveloped form, as you'll be able to appreciate from the photographs that I've shown you that were taken in March this year. It's therefore considered on balance with adherence to those conditions that this is acceptable in terms of character and form. In terms of amenity, as noted, the nearest dwellings are to the northwest of the site, and they would be located approximately 120 metres from the field where the fairground rides and Big Top would be located. The application proposes limited operating times for visitors between 9:30 and 5, and that could be controlled by condition to keep that strictly controlled. Environmental health officers have not objected to the proposal, and they have confirmed that they're happy with the submitted noise management plan that was submitted on the 29th of April this year. That noise management plan highlights that there will be daily monitoring of the site at the field boundary closest to the nearest noise sensitive receptors to the northwest. That will ensure that the sound doesn't exceed 50 decibels measured as a sound pressure level. There will be a log kept of these readings that will be available for inspection by council officers on request. The updated noise management plan also indicated the name of the site manager and that their contact details would also be provided to the parish council following their most recent consultation response. This would provide a direct line of communication between the parish council and the site operator should any localised issues arise, but Ryedale District Council, and that includes the community team, the environmental health team and the planning team, can also become involved should any issues arise. And that noise management plan can be called in for review by the local planning authority in conjunction with environmental health if necessary. It's therefore concluded that the occupiers of the neighbouring residential properties would not be materially adversely impacted by additional noise from the daytime use of this site. And then finally, in terms of access and highway safety, Highways England have confirmed no objection to the development. North Yorkshire Highways have provided their most recent comments yesterday, which I've summarised previously, and again, which were online and printed for members. The agent has confirmed that it adhere to these, and therefore it's considered, as North Yorkshire Highways, or the statutory body for highway safety and access, are content that it wouldn't have a detrimental impact upon access or highway safety. And just to note, North Yorkshire Ecology were also consulted on the proposal, as were North Yorkshire Archaeology, and they confirmed no concerns. Therefore, it's considered that, subject to the recommended conditions, that the temporary permission should be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Neve. We have two speakers. Could Mr. Jonathan Carter speak first, please? Are you there, Jonathan?
Yes. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, brilliant. So yes, thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. I live in the Wensley Manse, and so I have a vested interest. I also have direct experience of last year's event. I speak on behalf of over 100 Sherburn residents who signed a petition opposing the application, a number that vastly outnumbers the 4 declarations of support for the venture. As mentioned, the proposed site falls within a designated area of high landscape value. White gates might be lightly trafficked under out-of-season circumstances, but even modest predictions for growth will entail a significant increase. So far, the applicant has only submitted their own estimation of traffic movement, the objectivity and accuracy of which has yet to be ascertained. Does it consider the high volume of agricultural traffic during the busy harvesting months of July and August? I suspect not. Moreover, the single track lane is a very popular route for the residents of Sherburn to enjoy that landscape. Families with small children, dog walkers, horse riders, joggers, older residents take daily advantage of its safe tranquility. The nature of that landscape and the safety of those who enjoy it will be unquestionably compromised. Public safety concerns are real. The local highways report outlines reasonable measures, and I am glad to hear only now that the agent has said that the organisers will respect those. But they are also arguing that the venture should be allowed to go ahead or delayed while the dangers are merely monitored, with no indication of how this is to be done reliably or objectively. And the photos just presented show white gates and the receiving areas in March and in winter landscape. Come now and see the thick foliage of the hedgerows that present a very real problem. The attraction will have a detrimental impact upon the environment. It is highly visible and an imposition in terms of noise, traffic, trespass, and litter. And I can testify that from last year. I can find an equal number of pictures that show just how dominant the venture is. It creates an incongruous ugliness that erodes the area's special character. The 9 to 5 daily noise from rides, machinery, and people, not to mention the generator that runs 24 hours a day, will compromise a diverse ecosystem that exists in the hedgerows and adjacent copses, home to, amongst other species, hawks, owls, kestrels, herons.
You have 30 seconds.
I would argue that, as a minimum, the Council undertakes an independent Stage 2 road safety audit and an independent formal transport analysis before any work commences on the site. This will provide objective data upon which a responsible and factual decision can be made. Thank you so much for the time you've given me.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. We now have the agent, Jennifer Hubbard. Would you like to speak, Mrs. Hubbard?
Yes, could I ask a question first, please? You didn't say, I think, Chair, you said that you've been canvassed on this. Was it on this application?
I have been canvassed on this application.
But you didn't say by whom, and I would just like you to confirm that it wasn't by the applicant or by myself. Correct,
Chair. Correct, sorry, correct, Mrs. Hubbard.
Thank you. Mr. Cundall, Jonbury Entertainment, has provided live events across UK and abroad for 30 years. The Shakespeare Rose Theatre, Winter Wonderland, Ice Rink at York, a vintage fun fair and food festival just finished at York Racecourse, and a variety of UK-wide outdoor concerts. He's well experienced in managing these events, meeting all health and safety, environmental and other regulations, providing appropriate signage, security, litter collection, etc. A case in point, the EHO has asked for daily noise monitoring at the site boundaries. This was done as a matter of course last year and will be repeated. The officer report's very detailed, so I'll just respond to 4 matters raised in objections from and on behalf of a local resident at Springfield Farm. First, although the officer confirms that this is not a material consideration, it does concern the applicant that misleading information has been submitted about the closure of a local shoot and significant loss of local income. Mr. Cundall has taken legal advice about this and allegations of trespass, as he feels the allegations and the related petition which he instigated could prejudice his application. Contrary to the allegation, the closure of the shoot has nothing to do with the maze, but a falling out amongst members of the shooting syndicate, and it's understood the resident has already rented additional land to reinstate the shoot this year. Second, the resident is concerned about the proximity of the development to his property. He says it's not well related to Sherburn and suggests an alternative site closer to the village, then complains the development will cause an unacceptable influx of visitors to Sherburn. He simply can't have it both ways. Third, the 2 caravans are not for employees of no fixed address as suggested by the objector. They're for overnight security guards required by the insurers, the applicant's insurers. Another misunderstanding by the resident. We've not demonstrated the need for development or considered alternative sites or submitted a business plan because simply we don't have to. There's no Ryedale or national policy that requires this. The NPPF cautions against major developments in national parks and AOMBs and requires appropriate impact assessments where development affects designated nature conservation sites, but none of that applies here. The maze ran for 8 weeks last summer. This was known to highways, planning and, I believe, environmental health officers. There was no outcry from local residents about noise, disturbance or litter, no backing up of traffic on local roads. The trial run provided a perfect opportunity to identify any gremlins.
You have 30 seconds.
Yeah, I'm nearly finished. To identify any gremlins in the operation and put them right, but the applicant was not aware of and was not made aware of any. The representations of support and feedback on the internet confirm this was a valued local attraction, and we ask you to support the officer recommendation of approval. And if I've got time, I'd just like to confirm the suggested planning conditions are acceptable to the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you. Do the officers have any comments?
I would just reiterate that North Yorkshire Highways, as the statutory body with responsibility for access and highway safety, have confirmed they are content with the conditions that they themselves have put forward. In relation to the concern over hedgerow in the summer, there is a condition in relation to visibility displays, and that's also tied in with the landscaping condition, so that we're aware of what the visibility displays will be before they're cut. So I think that will be adhered to and sorted out before any use of the site is the way they've been written. Thank you.
Do members have any questions? Councillor Mason.
Yeah, my question's on parking, actually. Having tried to get workers out in July and August over the past couple of years, the rain has been an absolute nightmare, and I'm wondering, is there any provision, if it's too muddy to park on the grass, what's the provision for parking for visitors?
North Yorkshire Highways haven't recommended any particular mud on the road condition, which is something that they can do for certain types of application. It's something we might need to look into a little bit more, but I know that from last year in the supporting statement there was one day whenever the adverse weather conditions had closed the site itself. But
I think you get to a point with the sort of temporary uses that if the weather's that bad, you know, your visitors are going to really plummet. I think the point is made. The accesses, as you've seen on the photos currently say the accesses, the entrance and the exit are not made up, and part of the conditional requirement will be to make those up, and that in itself will help prevent the drag of mud onto the road, which was a question I think I got asked in the pre-meet yesterday. I don't think there is any other alternative other than off-road parking on the site. So, I mean, in that sense,
Mr. Chairman.
if there is a mud on the road issue, then that would be something that highways would have to deal with. We have in the past, on occasion, put mud on the road conditions on, but I'm minded of a mud on the road condition in relation to an anaerobic digester at Sand Hutton.
That's not really my point. My point is actually getting the cars onto the land to park. I suppose, would they just have to close if the adverse conditions won't let them? Because 2019 was the 7th wettest August on record, as I believe.
Nobody can tell whether or not you're going to get an adverse,
No, of course not,
totally adverse weather conditions. If it's that bad, I would suggest that people wouldn't be going, and if they did, they wouldn't be able to get on. You know, they wouldn't be let on. They just wouldn't be able to get on. Right. But in terms of I think both Neve and myself had taken it as a mud on the road condition issue.
Well, I hadn't thought of that, but that's a good point.
But it is sometimes does crop up. And in the past, the Highway Authority have on occasions recommended it, but when it got challenged on an appeal situation at the anaerobic digester, it was actually dismissed by the inspector on the grounds that there was other controls to deal with it under the Highway Act. So if the people were dragging mud onto the road, then the Highway Authority would take action directly with the operator to do the clearance.
Councillor Thackeray.
Yes, could I just ask...
Councillor Cleary was first.
Sorry.
I'm happy to yield to Councillor Thackeray. It's really a point of information, Mr. Chairman. It is very free-draining land. We've talked about Sound Lane, which gives you a clue of what we're talking about, and the highways conditions are already covered for anybody dragging mud on, and I believe that bad weather will be self-limiting to the event if it was to go ahead. A point of information, I'm happy to yield to Councillor Thackeray. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Goodrick.
Okay, I'm very brief anyway. I'm just wanting to know what criteria brings forward the suggestion of a 5-year temporary permission. Why 5 years? Why not 10? Why not 2? Why not 7? Why not 3? What criteria is used in determining the length of period of time of a temporary permission?
That's what the applicant applied for.
Okay. So, well,
you know, I mean that's
as maybe, but do we not have any input in that?
It's a bit of a stick your finger in the air, make a judgment sort of question. The balance of how long a temporary permission, you know, you go for in terms of whether it be for a trial period or for something that's got temporary structures or whatever it is a judgment call. Ultimately, at the end of the day, there's a degree of investment that will sometimes colour that judgment. So if you're starting to make up accesses and, you know, curb and drain and all that sort of stuff, then the amount of money that's involved in that makes you think, well, it would be ridiculous to give it a year. And so, you know, you start to think of things in those terms. But clearly what we have here is a proposal from the applicant for a 5-year temporary planning permission. And I suppose the other considering factor in terms of this is the extent to which there's already a permission granted by government, which in a normal year would be 28 days of use on any parcel of land not within the curtilage of a building. And in the current situation, in this COVID, current COVID, I nearly said post-COVID, but we're not there yet, are we? The current COVID regulations have doubled those limits. So the active use of this could happen this year for 56 days, effectively 8 weeks, and that would be without any conditions requiring upgrading of accesses or additional landscaping, all those additional controls that you can get through the grant of a planning permission.
Councillor Goodrick.
Thank you, Chairman. Two questions, please. One is about the public right-of-way and the impacts that this development will have on the public right-of-way, and what arrangements have we made to make sure it's kept open for the public? And can we confirm that even if we didn't allow this, there is nothing to stop the applicant planting the field with maize in any case?
I think Neve's going to answer that.
Thank you. Yes, as part of this application, the North Yorkshire Public Rights of Way team have responded, and also the Wolds Way officer has responded, and those responses are detailed in the highway section of the officer's report. The Wolds Way Trail is what bisects the site, and there has been an informative recommended by North Yorkshire Highways Public Rights of Way team. And the National Trails Officer has also recommended that conditions are necessary to ensure that the surface of the trail is being maintained for the high standard necessary for use by walkers. The agent confirmed in a letter that last year, visitors to the maze were informed of this by notices posted across the site, which asked visitors to respect the footpath and its users. Apparently, earlier on in the operation, it became clear that the walkers were using the footpath and found it convenient to stop at the site for rest or a loo break or food. The same arrangements will be put in hand for the 2021 event. And there is a condition specifically relating to the public right-of-way that indicates the measures outlined by the agent shall continue to be undertaken for the lifetime of the development. The surface of the trail shall be maintained to the high standard necessary. No part of the proposed site use should block or restrict access to the Wolds Way footpath. So hopefully that answers that question. In terms of the second question, yeah, it could be planted with maize at any point. Thank you.
Councillor Mason.
Just curious, really, how they've ended up with a figure of 50 decibels as the in the noise management plan, and how they ended up at that figure.
Neve?
Yep, sorry, I'm just getting to the right section of the report. Bear with me just a second. There was a recommendation which is detailed in the amenity section of the report, and it provides the full consultation response from the environmental health officers. They did note that there should be a condition requiring the applicants to submit a noise management plan, and the noise management plan should impose a 50 decibel limit measured as a sound pressure level at the field boundary nearest to the nearest noise sensitive receptor. I believe environmental health officers did visit the site last year whenever it was operating. I don't have the exact rationale as to that decibel limit, but I presume they've considered that carefully and that is their considered response.
It does coincide with the guidance in terms of daytime noise levels in gardens from noise sources. So
Is that planning policy guidance or WHO guidelines?
I think off the top of my head, I think that's WHO.
So it's WHO guidelines.
I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you.
There's good and very good standards, so I can't remember off the top of my head which is 50 and 55, but the some of the residential schemes we've approved in relation to development in Sherburn, adjacent to the A64, meets those sorts of levels when modelled.
Thank you.
I have some questions. First of all, Gary, the 56 weeks that we were talking about, I've had this conversation before. Could you,
56 days.
56 days. 56 days. Can you confirm that this only applies to this year and it's a result of COVID and we don't know what's going to happen next year or the year after?
Yes, I mean the 56 days relates to the use, yeah, and in terms of that permitted use, the extended doubled use is current this year. Okay, so we don't know at this stage whether or not that would continue to next year or not. I mean, clearly the baselines for temporary uses that exist in the existing general permitted development order prior to this current situation is 28 days, which is 4 weeks, as opposed to the 56, which is 8 weeks.
The next question is in regard to the 9 weeks and the 8 weeks, to which one has to add 3 weeks for setting up and taking down. Can you tell the committee how whether the 3 weeks for taking up and setting down is within the 56 days or outside of the 56 days?
I think the officer level view on this is it all relates to the use, the public use.
Right,
so we would not include the setup takedown time.
Yeah. We've had a discussion about gaps in hedges. There's gaps in hedges on the southern boundary where the car parking area is. How's the applicant given any undertaking about the gaps in the hedge there?
Yes, thank you, Chair. The applicant has confirmed that the field to the south is within the ownership of the landowner who owns the rest of the application site. So they aren't concerned about trespass to the south. I believe from the previous responses, I believe the trespass has been more of a concern of landowners to the west. And the agent has actually, in her late page statement, which was on members' desks, she's confirmed that the applicant is adamant that no one left the maze site last summer and trespassed on surrounding land, certainly not land to the south, which is in the same ownership as the application site. An objector refers to one group or family trespassing and picnicking on his land, believed to be the west of the site, but these were not people who'd visited or were otherwise connected with the maze, perhaps Wolds Way walkers. I think at this stage it isn't possible to know for certain where those people were or where they came from. But as part of the signage condition, the agent, as I've confirmed before, is happy to ensure that there is adequate signage to highlight to any site users that the site boundary is the only area where they're permitted to be, and land beyond that is in private ownership, so should not be walked onto apart from the public right-of-way as it continues east and west.
I'm sorry, but I understood that the agent had said that where there are gaps in that hedge at the south end of the site, they would put bales there. Has that been agreed, and will it be included in the conditions?
We had that discussion with the agent whenever I had believed that the land directly to the south was in separate ownership. But the confirmation that I have had is that the hedgerow, which is at the south of the site, just beyond the kind of car park, beyond that, the field to the south is apparently under the same ownership as the application site, which is confirmed in point 2 of Miss Hubbard's response dated today. It's therefore not something I believe that we could insist upon in terms of having gaps closed up to the south of the site, but there will be signage to ensure that the kind of extent of the site is stuck to by people visiting the site, and there also will be staff there who can, you know, monitor that, I would hope. But there is a personal responsibility as well about not trespassing onto land which you have no permission to be on.
And finally, the letter from Mr. James Barstow's agent sets a list of suggested conditions, which I understand from the presentation the agent has agreed to. Will those conditions be included in the in the consent?
I don't believe the agent was confirming that they would agree to the conditions suggested by the planning agent representing the objector. It's not my interpretation that that is what the agent had said. I believe the agent had confirmed that they would accept the conditions recommended by North Yorkshire Highways, and those also included within the officer's report. I think I really need to make that clear that that was not what that confirmation about conditions was in relation to. There are a number of suggested conditions by the planning agent representing the objector, and these have also been considered by officers. It's considered that the recommendations as written in the report are adequate for this development. Thank you.
Thank you, Niamh. I'll now go into debate. I think, again, is this Councillor Cleary's?
It isn't, but I'm happy to take it on if that helps. I think it's Councillor Raper, isn't it?
So I think it's Councillor Raper who would be the local member.
Would you like to?
I will take it on if that helps. Yes, I'll start the debate. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I think the start of what we must consider is the fact that for this year anyway, there's an 8-week permission without any form of conditional control. So that if we approve it tonight, we do alleviate some of the potential problems that objectors have raised concerns about. As we've heard, it entirely follows our policy in terms of the visitor economy. It's a welcome shot in the arm, a shot in the arm for the outdoor events industry, which has been all but wiped out in the last 12 months. And in that respect, although I have great sympathy for people in the immediate area who are concerned about noise, we do have control about that. There will be daily monitoring to 50 decibels, which is what we're talking about in normal residential development. So that I am minded to move approval, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Councillor Potter.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I agree with Councillor Cleary that given the temporary permitted development this year, it would be somewhat ill-advised not to go ahead with this. Yeah, I certainly raised the issues of mud on the roads and hedges at the pre-meeting yesterday, and appreciate that given the conditions and so on, and we've got a direct contact, that could be quite adequately dealt with through just the general conditions according to highways. As a little point of information regarding sound recording or sound levels, I think it's something like 32 decibels at night, and 42 at night, yeah, and the 50. And they're actually remarkably low because it sets off with birds singing and high-flying planes and all the rest of it. So they are actually reasonably low levels. So ultimately, I believe that the conditions which we would be imposing through approving this seemed very good to me, around the noise management, around the lighting, around the times, and these really are essential for the protection of local residents. And I would also like to say it's probably 2 good shots in the arm for the Sherburn businesses, being as it actually is quite close to the village. So I'm quite happy to second approval. Thank you, Chair.
Anybody else? In that case, I will say something myself. It's the 56 weeks applies to this year. We don't know whether it applies to next year or the year after. There's obviously been some concern in Sherburn, otherwise people would not have, 101 people would not have signed a petition. I think that a 5-year temporary permission is too long. I think that it should be for 3 years. And if anybody is prepared to support an amendment to the effect that the condition should be temporary for 3 years instead of 5 years, I would support that, because that I think would give a reasonable opportunity to ensure that we can check that during that 3 years the permission is being handled correctly. As nobody else is prepared to speak, I will. I'll ask the officers if they wish to make any further comments before we go to the vote.
No, thank you. That's fine, Chairman.
Can we have the named vote then, please?
Sorry, thank you, Chairman. I'll go down them as before. So this is a vote for approval for 5 years with the conditions as recommended by Neve and as updated by the Highway Authority. Councillor Andrews?
I abstain.
Councillor Brackstone?
For.
Councillor Cleary?
For.
Councillor Goodrick?
For.
Councillor Graham?
For.
Councillor Mason? For. Councillor Potter? For. Councillor Thackeray?
For.
Councillor Windris?
For.
Chairman, 2, 4, 6, that's 8 votes for and 1 abstention. That's permission granted for 5 years.
That's it. Then we go on to item number 8, Chair. Sorry, not Chair. I'm getting confused. I do apologise. Item number 8, which is page 85, application 21/00452, MFUL, Acklam Parish Meeting, full application for the erection of an agricultural building for dairy housing, dairy cubicle housing, Woodhouse Farm, to Ackers Lane, Acklam, Moulton. Would the officers like to make their presentation, please?
I think this one's Neve again, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. If we could just go to the aerial map, that would be brilliant. Woodhouse Farm is an existing and long-established farmstead. It's located to the west of Acklam, and it's farmed by R. Inman and Sons. The site, by virtue of its position outside the development limits, is located within the wider open countryside, and it also falls within an area of high landscape value. This application seeks permission for the erection of a new purpose-built agricultural building for dairy cubicle housing. It will be located within the existing farmstead to the west of the existing livestock building and to the north of the slurry pit. The area is already predominantly covered by concrete slab, but there are small sections of earth where the new building will be located. The design and access statement confirms that the applicant currently relies on some buildings that are considered in need of improvement and replacement. The new proposed building will improve the standard of accommodation at Woodhouse Farm for housing to heifers, and consequently will improve the welfare of the dairy herd. The statement continues to note that part of the vision of the proposed development is to exceed any regulatory requirements to significantly improve the welfare standard of the milking cow accommodation by creating a sawdust-based cubicle system in a purpose-built new building. The design and access statement notes that the proposed building would measure approximately 43 metres by 25 metres, with an overall maximum height of 8.45 metres. And I will go on to the photos, but I will just highlight that the site notice for this application was erected a little later in the application process. But this will actually expire tonight at midnight. So we're going to ask members to delegate the final determination of this to the head of planning, following the review of any further consultation responses, if you're content with it. So just moving on to the photographs, if we can, please. This is the main access to the site, and the next photograph shows the hard standing where the building would predominantly be located, and it's in the kind of existing area of the farmyard and has previously been developed. I believe the next photograph will show you a little bit more context of the site from the west. We actually had to crop somebody out of this photograph, so the next photograph will show you this from a slightly better angle. And that's where you can see the really kind of grouped nature of the buildings on the site. And whenever you're considering that in context of the proposed block plan, it really will be read in the context of those existing buildings. In terms of the principle of the development, this is considered to be acceptable. It's supporting an existing and established farm. This application is before you simply because of the size of the proposed building forming a major application. Additionally, in terms of character and form, we've noted it's well located within the farmstead, and it will be entirely adjoined by development to the east and north, and would appear grouped within this area of high landscape value with the use of appropriate materials as well. In terms of amenity, the site is to the west of the village of Acklam. The nearest dwelling in separate ownership is Nethergarth, which is located approximately 245 metres to the southeast. There are other farm buildings in closer proximity to that property. These distances are considered to be significant, and it's not considered that any surrounding properties will be materially affected by the proposed new building. The Council's Environmental Health Officer has also confirmed no objection. And we did report in quite a lot of detail in the officer's report the approach to slurry and some possible temporary measures that were concluded to be acceptable, and the intention of the applicant to supplement their long-term capacity is noted. The site will be drained by sustainable drainage systems. The surface water would flow to that. And then just in terms of consultation responses, we've had no response from the Parish Council at this point in time. I have outlined the site notice issue. We haven't had any further comments that I have to update to now at the meeting. And North Yorkshire Highways have also confirmed no objection to the proposed development. It's therefore considered that this proposal is acceptable and will satisfy the relevant policy criteria. Thank you, Chair.
Do members have any questions? If there are no questions, can we move into debate? I'm not sure. I think this is Councillor Cleary again.
Unless, of course, Councillor Graham wishes to speak, who is my fellow group. No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It gives me great pleasure to open the debate for this, and I'll open it by moving approval, and then I will justify my move for approval. I make no apology for pointing out this is an investment in agriculture. It's part of a larger investment by a long-standing farming family in the area. As the excellent report has already outlined, it's a replacement of a structure seen against an existing steading, and therefore any impact on the view is negligible. It's involved principally animal welfare, which we must all welcome, and I can't think of anything else to add, so I will leave that. I will move approval. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Chair. It's always the same ones, isn't it? I'll have to give somebody else a chance. Yes, there's not an awful lot to say about this, but I agree with Councillor Cleary. I was particularly interested and heartened to note the attention to low inputs, antibiotic resistance, certainly animal welfare, and these are all considerations that really are critical to all our futures, and I'm sure a lot of people don't actually appreciate that, particularly the antibiotic resistance one. So yeah, I'm happy to second that again. Thank you, Chair.
Is there anybody else? Do officers wish to say anything?
Nothing else to add, Chairman.
Can we move to the vote then?
Thank you, Chairman. I'll quickly go down names. Councillor Andrews.
4, Chair.
Councillor Braxton.
4.
Councillor Cleary.
4.
Councillor Goodrick.
4.
Councillor Graham.
4.
Councillor Mason.
4.
Councillor Potter. 4. Councillor Thackeray.
4.
Councillor Windress.
4.
And that's unanimous, 9 votes to 0, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we now go to item number 9, which is on page 102, which is in the Motherby Parish Council, full application for the erection of extension to existing feed bins to allow installation of additional 12-number bulk outloading bins for animal feed storage together with integral weighbridge. And the location is at Batter, the Mill Main Street, Motherby, Malton, North Yorkshire.
Thank you, Chairman. Again, this is another one of Neve's, so just pass you over.
Thank you. If we could just go to the aerial map, that would be great. Thank you. As I'm sure you're probably aware, BATA is a local animal feed compound milling business. They also sell fuel and animal welfare products, and they've had a presence at this site since the late 19th century, with the extensive planning history summarised in the report. The site is located within the development limits of a Motherby and within an area designated as existing employment land under the Ryedale local plan. This proposal seeks planning permission for the erection of an extension to the existing feed bins to allow the installation of additional 12 bulk outloading bins for animal feed storage together with an integral weighbridge. The new development will be located to the east of the existing installation, and I have referenced that in particular with an orange arrow on the aerial map. This is located at its nearest point, approximately 60 metres from the highway of the main street, and approximately 10 metres from the shared boundary to the north. This would adjoin the existing installation that provides this facility presently, so it would effectively expand and supplement their current storage capacity and loading capabilities. If we could just go to the first photo, that is a view of the site from Main Street, just a very kind of front-on view looking eastwards. If we could go to the next slide, please. This is a view from the northern part of the village looking southwards, and you can appreciate the Chinese just to the north of the site. And the next photograph. Now this is a photograph that shows quite clearly at the very western point of the site, the pitched roof, narrow section of building where the existing bulk bins are located. And it would be directly behind that where the new installation is proposed. And if we could just go to the next photograph, please. That's just another view kind of from the main car park. And the next photograph, I believe, will show you that from the rear. So it will be well gripped with existing kind of functional, operational areas of the site. The structure would broadly match the form and height proportions of the existing structure and would be completed with matching materials. The initial supporting statement provided indicated the agent had noted the business's existing mill storage is now old and constraining its continued operation, and the proposed development therefore provides much needed storage to ensure the continued viability and competitiveness of the business is maintained. In conclusion, BATA need this extension to be passed to be able to stay competitive in a challenging marketplace. And as you'll appreciate from the report, it was noted that the bulk feed deliveries, such as those loaded from the outloading bins, are generally undertaken between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. Monday to Saturday, but for operational reasons, sometimes that does stray beyond that. There are other supporting factors that I won't go over again, but they are fully detailed within the report. In terms of representations, there have been a large number of formal representations, and these were also summarised within the officer's report. Late this afternoon, a further letter has been received from a neighbour, disappointed that not more than one objector could speak. They did provide a statement, and they have noted that BATA, since they've started manufacturing on a 24/7 basis, them and other neighbours have been subjected to sleepless nights and anxiety. They've contacted both the council and BATA about other noise issues, and they're unsatisfied with the responses received. They've confirmed that Ryedale District Council said they wouldn't follow up on other noise issues, but just as an officer note in relation to that, the latest email that went from the Environmental Health team today did respond to that and confirmed that although it wouldn't be a statutory nuisance, the EHO would again proactively make contact with BATA to discuss the issue that arose. The late representation had noted that it affects their life and is having a medical impact. They believe that BATA is outgrowing the village and won't give a way to contact them out of office hours when loud machinery can go unnoticed for multiple days. As officers, we can check this point again, but the Council's Environmental Health team have been fully kind of engaging with both complainants and with BATA since the noise issues have been brought to our attention. I just want to cover some clarifications that were covered in the report. As noted, the local planning authority were asked by the parish council and residents to investigate whether the use of the BATA mill to a more 24/7 time period would constitute a change of use. My response to this, which has been reviewed by our legal team and is fully summarised within the report, and we have concluded that in our view there are no material changes that constitute a change of use. BATA remains a mixed use premises which continues to incorporate the historic milling use, albeit in a 21st century context. Undoubtedly it has grown and developed, but in planning terms this is not considered to have resulted in a discordance with any planning permissions, and I have went back and checked in great detail every piece of microfiche that we had. It was a couple of days it took, but you know, we are satisfied that we can make that conclusion. So in our view, it wouldn't be reasonable or correct to seek any type of reapplication for what we consider to be a lawful use. In terms of the separate noise nuisance investigations that have been ongoing, BATA in planning terms have no restriction in terms of hours of operation, but just because there's a lawful planning right for 24/7 works, it's not the case that that could be undertaken without ever any intervention from Ryedale District Council if this was causing a statutory nuisance. The Environmental Health team and community teams can and will investigate alleged noise nuisance complaints under the Environmental Protection Act. This has been demonstrated by the conclusion of a recent noise nuisance investigation where a noise abatement notice was served on the company in December 2020 in relation to a statutory nuisance coming from another section of the site unrelated to this application. That was the grinder house. It was concluded that the other matters raised by complainants didn't form a statutory nuisance. To deal with the noise abatement notice and the statutory nuisance, BATA employed the services of both noise consultants and machinery engineers. Following completion of the remedial works, environmental health officers revisited the area and assessed the noise on the footpath outside the nearest residential receptors and at other points. At that point, they were of the opinion that the extensive works BATA had undertaken had achieved a satisfactory level of noise attenuation, and that allowed the noise nuisance case to be closed in March 2021. There have been no further complaints received with respect to the grinder house fan since the works were undertaken. The Council's environmental health team are able to become involved if there are any further complaints arising from operations, in addition to aid and planning officers in any review, if necessary, of the noise management plan and noise control measures, which you'll have read about in the report, agreed as part of this kind of smaller, more limited application. There have been other complaints from residents. A resident has complained twice about instances of noise occurring in May 2021 directly to the factory, where the EHO and planning team have been copied into, and a further email has come into the environmental health team. Correspondence has also been sent directly to the environmental health team by a different neighbour in relation to an instance of noise in June, which has also been responded to. The environmental health officers confirmed that the issues presently being raised are not considered to be and not determined as a statutory nuisance. However, as I said before, they have still contacted BATA in relation to the June comment, and they will have that open form of communication. The environmental health officers also confirmed that these most recent complaints, in his opinion, are not related to the ongoing planning application. It's therefore not considered appropriate to kind of conflate the two separate issues. So then, just moving on in terms of the main considerations, as detailed in the report, it's considered that the principle of this new storage building and associated operational development within this allocated employment site, as designated within the Ryedale local plan, is acceptable, subject to the other aspects being satisfactorily considered acceptable. In terms of character and form, it's not considered that this operational development would result in any harm to the character of the locality, which is a designated employment site. And as you can see from the photos, it's a kind of visual continuation of the existing building element visible at the moment. And it's more inset within the site than a lot of the other operational development. Lighting and final materials will be controlled by condition. It's also not considered that the design would result in any associated harm by virtue of overshadowing or overbearing development given its location. In terms of neighbouring amenity, the range of objections and responses were summarised in the officer's report, so I believe members will have had a chance to review those. The operational issue of enhanced noise that had been occurring at the grinder house, which, as noted, was deemed to form a statutory nuisance, following the serving of the noise abatement notice, has now been successfully addressed. As you'll be aware, a noise assessment was undertaken by Nova Acoustics, a professionally accredited company, and as noted, the Council's environmental health team have no qualms over the methodology of noise assessment undertaken. I'll just briefly confirm on this that within the Nova noise assessment, a narrative on the loading of the bulk bins and the loading of the lorries and tractors was provided, and measurements taken on these activities. As you can see in the assessment, a sound map was then produced with computer modelling relating to noise that these additional activities would generate, and the specific sound levels at the nearest noise sensitive receptors was calculated. The computer modelling, as detailed in the report, concluded that the daytime noise impacts would have no observed effect level, and a 2 decibel noise increase level was identified against the background levels at night time as a result of this activity. The document itself confirms that the proposed physical housing would be completed with panelling to ensure a minimum of a 40 decibel reduction, and this would be conditioned as part of the identified materials condition. It was also confirmed in this document that there would be no increase in HGV vehicles through the village, and that's page 12 of the Nova document. The document also included a noise management plan for the site that could be controlled via condition, and following review of this and the confirmation that that would be adhered to, the environmental health officer has confirmed no objection on that basis to this proposal for the bulk outload and bin extension. The condition also allows for a review of the noise management plan with the local planning authority in conjunction with environmental health should it be needed. The noise control measures include regular maintenance of all plant and machinery, and I do note that it isn't simply limited to the proposed development as part of this, but the way it's written indicates it's kind of a site-wide commitment. And I don't believe that they've had a noise management plan before, so this does represent, I think, quite a positive aspect to this application. The noise control measures will include regular maintenance of all plant and machinery, traffic movements from HGVs taking place for the most part during operational hours, speed being limited to 10 miles per hour, and good staff training to ensure that site staff are aware that they're working in the vicinity of noise-sensitive receptors. There's also a noise complaint investigation procedure identified to be implemented and completed by the site manager. Additionally, as highlighted, the Council's environmental health officers have been investigating the presence of statutory nuisances and noise complaints, and this has resulted in the serving of a noise abatement notice, which is a kind of significant investigation process, and this demonstrates the Council's commitment to investigating possible instances of statutory nuisances that will continue in the future. It's therefore considered that whilst there have been a number of responses received raising concerns in relation to amenity, following review of this income and supporting information, including the noise assessment and the management plan to which a clear commitment has been made, it's not considered that this proposed operational development, which is the extension of the existing bulk feed-in bins, to support the long-established business would result in additional material harm to residential amenity as part of this limited application. As you'll have seen in the report, there are no concerns from North Yorkshire Highways. Therefore, subject to the recommended conditions, the proposed additional development to support this are considered to be acceptable in principle in terms of design, residential amenity and access and highway safety. And just one final point that I would make, and it's not directly relevant to this application, but there is ongoing permitting of the site, and the environmental health officers have told me that the most recent inspection of this was around December or January and confirmed that all the site operations were being undertaken within the correct existing permit, and that was also discussed with the Environment Agency, who were content with the permitting procedure. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think we have some public representations. First of all, could we have Mrs. Sally Rains? Oh, sorry, can we have Mrs. Ballard first? Mrs. Ballard, the parish clerk.
Sorry, can you hear me?
We can.
Right, I'm parish council chairman, actually. Right, it's extremely difficult to separate the seemingly simple addition of the building in this application from the operation of the mill and the whole BATA site. And we hope that members will take our concerns seriously, as we believe the proposed bins and their increased capacity will result in even greater use of the site, resulting in increased noise and disturbance in the village. BATA started as a local farmers co-op producing animal feed, and up until at least 2015, the mill worked 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. and on rare occasions to midnight on 5.5 days a week. Over the last few years, there's been a steady, slow increase, and since autumn 2019, the mill has been running 24 hours a day and, except rarely, 7 days a week. BATA has ceased to be just a local farmers co-op, incorporating Thompsons of York and continuing to expand, having also become a distribution centre for other goods. Whilst this growth may be applauded, it should not be at the expense of the amenity and health of residents of the Motherby. The scale of the operation now eclipses what the village has accepted without complaint in the past, and is the type of use that should be on an industrial estate. The approval of the bins with increased capacity and throughput will add to the ongoing amenity and health issues. Clearly, the mill working longer hours will have increased production, and the BATA Directors' Report 2020 on page 2 confirms this, together with their intention to increase production further. BATA confirmed in November 2020 that the proposed additional bins will allow storage of overnight production. Of relevance to the production capacity is the District Council issued environmental permit. Parish Council believes that the permit was issued in January 2012 is way out of date and does not appear to have been updated. Neve has just updated us on that information. At that time, the mill was running for fewer hours and stated production was up to 40,000 tonnes a year. Our estimates are that on current working hours, it could now produce 192 tonnes a year. There is no assessment of the capacity of the mill could get to from the change of hours, upgrade of equipment and additional new bins. The Parish Council is of the opinion that a material change of use has probably taken place due to the change in character of the use of the site, resulting from the increased hours of operation from the historic 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. 5.5-day week to 24 hours, 7 days a week. We formally asked for this to be investigated in September 2020, and with respect do not agree with the conclusion in the officer's report that this has not occurred. There is case law that supports the Parish Council view, and we would ask that this issue is considered again in more detail, with external relevant legal assistance if necessary, prior to any decision being made.
You have 30 seconds.
Sorry. The Parish Council asks that the application is refused, or if allowed, that the 1990 Condition 4, when the mill was not operating at night, should be applied, preferably with even lower noise levels set for night time and weekends if the mill continues to operate 24/7. And if members consider visiting the site prior to making a decision, this should be at 6 a.m. and 10 p.m. in order to understand the full impact of the issues confronting neighbours. Members may also wish to visit the site individually and unannounced at these times. Please consider very carefully the impact that this application could have on the residents of Amotherby. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. We'll now ask Sally Rains to speak. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, okay. I have raised my family in Amotherby since moving here 11 years ago. We chose this property for its quiet rural location. We have enjoyed evenings and weekends inside and outside in peace. During the day, we have been aware of BATA operating loudly, but this has been 5.5 days a week during normal working hours. Rarely did they operate through the night, and if they did, it was tolerated because we knew it was for emergency purposes. 18 months ago, we saw and heard a significant increase in operations, and this has affected our amenity, and we find ourselves not enjoying our home. We rely totally on Ryedale District Council to protect our amenity, and I question whether this planning process has been thorough and taken into account the intensifying of the BAT site prior to the planning application. We believe there has been a material change of use from a local business to a national distribution centre for animal feed. BAT has made it clear in the Directors' Report September 2020 that they intend to extend the feed production side of the business. We need conditions put in place to protect our amenity. The Nova Sound Report from May 20 recommended a sound management plan for BATA. I would have expected this to be implemented immediately to show a positive step towards preventing noise complaints and being neighbourly. I have a diary of near weekly disturbances that are not being addressed. Emails are taking a week to get a reply, and all it says is we will investigate. The Nova Sound Report did not assess HGV noise because BATA said they guarantee they would not increase HGVs. I challenge the decision not to include the HGV noise because BAT have already increased the fleet and nothing is stopping them doing so again when their stated aim is to increase production, probably 24/7. Since the noise nuisance was issued, we have not been given a figure of acceptable levels of decibels. I have been told it is an opinion based on many factors. Never has our amenity or health ever been a factor as we have never been consulted. In the 1990 planning application, the recommended limit was set at 50 decibels at the boundary for reasons of health and amenity. We urge the committee to retain the limit and consider a lesser limit for nighttime operations. My family welcome a site visit and urge you to apply conditions to this planning application to address the recent intensifying of the site and protect our amenity now and in the future. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. We now have the agent, Mr. Andrew Richardson.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I don't wish to take up even the 3 minutes, but I'd just like to sort of thank Niamh for the detail that was put into that report, and to thank Matthew Pawson, Senior Environmental Officer that we've worked with through this process, and probably to me, even just to sum up and to congratulate the councillor that in the previous application that you've just looked at, with the extension of the livestock building at Woodhouse Farm. As a business, this is our business. This is what we do. We supply the farming community as it expands and as it grows. And we steadily, as we have done since 1894, have steadily just chipped away at this to meet the demands. These very demands that we, this is our food. And as the councillor said, we are little respected. And I think people don't quite respect what we actually do on the front line for producing animal feed. We are not a national business. And it saddens me to hear some of the data that's just been thrown out by the parish council, which is extremely wrong. We don't do 192 tonnes a year, and we don't do 192,000 tonnes a year from that site. I think I've probably said enough. We are there as a means of a business. We're just a small expansion. It doesn't necessarily mean that there's going to be more traffic. The industry is moving from more bags to bulk. It can actually reduce traffic flows. We're just a business trying to be a business, and we've worked very, very closely with the councils, and we thank Matthew Pawson for the help that he's provided as Senior Environmental Officer, and Niamh for the help that she's provided. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I now ask the officers if they would like to comment on the comments that have been made by the members of the public? Do members have any questions? Councillor Potter.
Yes, thank you, Chair. What date was the noise issue as dealt with by the Environmental Health Officer separately from this planning application? When was it finally resolved?
Is that a question to me, sir?
No,
it's
all
to
right.
officers.
Thanks.
I'm sure I've said it in the report somewhere. Councillor Potter, but I'm looking.
I think it was March this year.
I've got it just here. The noise abatement notice issue was formally closed in March this year, but I can get you the precise date.
No, I think that's enough, thanks,
I think it might
Niamh.
have been the 3rd.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just wondering how many complaints there have been subsequently since that was sorted out.
I believe there has been one in the last 24 hours and 2 specifically in May that I have noted. I haven't noted previous ones before that.
Okay, thanks, Niamh.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Councillor Thackeray.
Yes, I would be very interested to know from the applicant what we're talking about outloading bins, and I'm presuming that means goods going out. I would personally like to know what the level of traffic is and what the level of traffic will be, i.e. what is the increase in the number of HGVs that this project will generate, because as we all know, quite a lot of that traffic, by virtue of the absence of slip roads onto the A64, has to go into the middle of Malton. So the impact of what BATA does in a Motherby, the impact on the residents of a Motherby, also has an impact further down the line. And a lot of that traffic will go through Malton, but probably going past over Highfield Road, pasture lane, going down to the traffic lights, turning left if it can, going through Old Malton. So there is a wider impact than just what we're looking at in a Motherby itself. And there's, to my eyes, unless I've missed something, there's no data to give anybody a clue what's happening. That's my first question.
Sorry, I'm just going to get to the right section of the report. Bear with me just a second. It was confirmed within the noise assessment that there would be no increase in HGV vehicle movements through the village, and that was in page 12 of the NOVA document. There was another section of the report which had confirmed the following transport movements are undertaken at the site in an email dated the 16th of November. And they were the following. I can read them out, but actually I'll get you the correct page on the agenda. Bear with me.
Page 116.
Okay. So yeah, that goes into quite a lot of detail in terms of the exact breakdown of vehicle movements within the site. And it also confirms that the bulk feed deliveries, such as those loaded from the outloading bins, are generally undertaken between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. Monday to Saturday. But as I've said before, it was noted in the supporting statement that occasionally they have to run outside of these hours when weather conditions are extreme to ensure animals get fed.
Could I just ask a supplementary question to that, please? You're stating that there's going to be no increase in HGV traffic as a result of this development. I'm interested to know what the baseline prior to the expressed expansion and increase in activity, what was the baseline of HGV movement at that point in time? Because literally walking into a Motherby today or tomorrow and counting the HGVs isn't going to tell us what the increase has already been.
No, I do appreciate that, and that is part of the reason why I've kind of went through all the planning history of the site. And within some of the application forms, there are in some places some detail on kind of parking spaces, staff members, anticipated vehicle movements, but with the change in application forms and with the slightly different way of measuring things kind of in years gone past, it's hard to directly compare and get a really good comparison. But what I did find was, and I believe it was the 2010 application, in terms of staffing levels, there's a clear comparison that can be taken between the 2010 application and this current application. In 2010, it was 75 staff on site, and the updated information confirms there's 97 staff when at full capacity. And I appreciate that doesn't fully answer exactly the question, but it did help us to get an understanding.
I think my little brain might have started to work a bit quicker. I think if we were to ask BATA for its last 6 months HGV transport plan, we will know where we are today, and we will know from the application that there is not going to be an increase from today. I think that's fair to say. Would anybody like to agree with me on that? Yep. Well, there we are. Thank you.
Councillor Mason.
I've got a few questions actually, but I'll go with this one first. Niamh, could you just read the 1990 condition 4 that was mentioned?
Yeah, so the 1990 application was the erection of a building to contain new bulk finished animal feed outloading system, and it was approved Condition 4 noted the noise generated by operations conducted within the building by virtue of the granting of this permission shall not cause any increase in the pre-existing background noise levels of 55 decibels. The level of noise exceeded for 90% of the time, and that's L90, as measured at the boundary of the site, reason in the interests of amenity.
Just supplemental, that 55 decibel, is that the daytime noise?
It didn't specify in the condition.
Doesn't specify.
No.
Thank you.
Do you have another question?
I do, if no one else has. I've seen quite a lot of emails on this, and I've been sort of rattling through these questions as we've been talking here. But I'm still clear. I think we're settling on now that the acceptable noise level for nighttime is 40 decibels. Is that right? That was mentioned earlier, I believe.
I don't think I would need to.
What was that? 139. Yeah.
Sorry, just bear with me a second. Yeah, there is a summary of noise criteria copied from the World Health Organization standards that is mentioned on 139, and that was submitted as part of a statement from the Parish Council.
And when the
Sorry, just to confirm on that table, it does note 45, I believe, between 11 o'clock at night and 7 o'clock in the morning.
That's the outside bedrooms, yeah, on the table. Okay, yeah. I'm just trying to find out what the acceptable noise level the council are trying to put in place here, because we've had an application tonight based on 50 decibels on World Health Organisation's guidelines, and I can't seem to see one of our recommendations for this, for nighttime noise.
As part of the kind of preparation for this, and in terms of our discussions with environmental health officers, I did ask whether they may want to consider the reapplication of that condition from 1990, but it was considered by them that due to the recent work undertaken by BATA and the implementation of the recommended noise management plan, in their view, they believe that to be effective in controlling the noise outbreak at source, and we do have the condition that would require the 40 decibel reducting building materials themselves as well, and the environmental health officer did confirm that in their view it wasn't necessary to reapply that condition due to those
But isn't it
factors.
right that the 40 decibels is just on the new application and not on the overall site?
That 40 decibel,
Because there's major problems that the local residents are reporting with the whole site, particularly in the middle of the night when I'm getting videos sent to me of 55 decibels at 10:15 at night.
and I know the environmental health officers have been out themselves at night time They did confirm that they were content with the noise management, or sorry, the noise assessment that was provided, and they did make clear that the kind of professionally calibrated instruments that were being used by the NOVA consultants were acceptable to them.
And they were taken at street level?
They were taken in the areas identified in the report.
But were they taken at street level? Because half the problems that the residents are having is noise in their bedrooms, which is a second story. When obviously with sound moves, it moves differently at different levels.
Yeah, I mean, I did check with environmental health officers before this meeting, and they were absolutely content with the methodology undertaken by NOVA consultants. So I think that is our position on that at this point in time.
Other question is the onus on the developer to show that they cannot reduce beyond a certain level, as close to nighttime backward noise levels as we've stated, and without onerous burden, which I think is usually financial, is that right?
I think the issue here is that we're dealing with a specific development, and the environmental health officer assessed the...
Well, I think the issue here is actually we're dealing with a development that is going to increase capacity of the whole site, which is disturbing the residents.
Well, I don't think this takes away any ability of the environmental health officer to deal with noise complaints arising from the site, but the environmental health officer is dealing with this. And my reading of that condition on page 119 is in terms of how they are seeking to control noise from this aspect of the site.
This aspect of the site?
This part of it.
I'm beginning to think that obviously you've done some due diligence in trying to consider this as the intensification of the production there shouldn't have been considered as a new application. Whereas should this, I'm beginning to think, what tests was that done on? Because it seems to me that it just feels that this site is just expanding more and more and more, and we don't have the necessary planning controls in place. Should it go back to for a reapplication on increased capacity?
Well, on the basis of the legal advice we've had so far, no. I mean, intensification in itself is not a material change of use, well, doesn't necessarily result in a material change of use requiring planning permission, but you have to assess what's before you. And the case law has been going on for years on intensification, whether or not it would require a new application because somebody's expanded on a site. Clearly, you've got a site here that's been evolving over a long period of time. And I think when we got the parish council's initial concern about intensification, because that was raised in correspondence at quite early doors, I think Neve took legal advice, possibly from the solicitor who's on the call tonight, who may be able to add his thoughts to the process. But it was concluded that the additional changes that have occurred over the years, based on the research that Neve has undertaken over, well, assessing all of the planning history relating to this site, there are no controls over its hours of use, for example, in effect. It resulted in us taking the view that there was no, or the intensification did not amount to a material change of use requiring planning permission. So we've taken that. I mean, you'll have noted this application was first submitted in March last year. We haven't rushed this to you. There's been a hell of a lot of work done on this in the background, and the view in this report is the view that there is no need for a further application for what BATA are doing on this site at the current time. So
the condition for 40 decibels then, can that be include the whole site, not just this section of application? Can we put a condition on that?
Not reasonably, no. You could impose that condition if you wanted, but it would be appealed, and I don't think we'd be able to justify it. I mean, I'm not sure if Glenn, I can see Glenn's face on the screen, whether Glenn has got any comments to make. And we're getting into points of law here, Chairman. So whether Glenn has a view.
Do you wish to comment, Glenn? In fact, it might be helpful if Glenn, if you were to answer the questions to Councillor Mason direct, then both of you can come to a conclusion between yourselves.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Can, yes.
Right. Yeah, not a lot to add really to what Gary's just said there. In respect of the question about whether a new planning permission is required, we have looked at that, both myself and planning officers, and we've all come to the conclusion that there is no material change in the operation of the premises. So far as the noise nuisance is concerned, then you're really confined to considering the noise nuisance emanating from this application only, rather than the whole site. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, isn't there an issue, Glenn, about the different standards it's being possible to apply different standards to noise from in regard to amenity issues as you would to apply to a statutory nuisance. So, in other words, what might necessarily be unacceptable in residential terms and amenity terms might well not amount to a statutory nuisance. Aren't there two different standards that apply there?
Yes, Chair. When you're considering the question of statutory nuisance, there is a defence of reasonableness. So it's causing an unless there are reasons why a statutory nuisance might not occur. For example, if you're operating a factory, then you expect a certain level of noise above what you might do, noise from, say, neighbours. So there are different standards and different levels. And obviously the EH officers have looked at that, and they're satisfied that the noise levels currently are within reasonable standards.
Councillor Mason, do you want to continue your questions?
The follow-on question for that, actually, Glenn, is obviously do you agree that decibel values should be treated with caution because adverse effects on annoyance, sleep disturbance will occur at lower decibel values as well, as stated, I think, in World Health Organization guidelines?
Yes, normally what happens with a noise investigation is that the noise monitoring equipment will be put where the noise is heard. So I would expect in this case, for example, that the noise monitoring equipment would be upstairs in the bedroom to monitor the noise from that location. Now, whether that's happened or not, I don't know. So you would take the noise monitoring equipment to wherever the noise is causing a nuisance. Now, whether that's on the street or in this particular case, perhaps at bedroom level, then the monitoring should take place at that level.
So, final follow-up on that. I'm pretty sure that hasn't happened in the case of Miss Rains. And do you think we should be doing another test on her property at least to get some better recordings?
Well, I think if that's recorded, or sorry, if that's reported, then that's a decision for the environmental health officer to decide. But in my experience, I've dealt with a lot of statutory nuisance cases, and the noise monitoring equipment is placed within an area where the noise is causing the most nuisance. Now, and also the noise monitoring equipment is usually placed within a property or within a location over several days, not just specific times in a day, but over a number of days, so that you get an average noise level for, say, a period of a week.
Thank you, Chairman. a couple of questions, really. Page 119 of the report says that the new application will be at 40 decibels. Is that, am I reading this correctly? That it's on page 119. So what we're considering tonight is that particular part. The application is for that particular process, and it does say the impact assessment. This construction of box profile sheeting will result in a 40 dB noise attenuation. So that should bring it within acceptable limits. Is that, am I right in that understanding? That's the first question.
For this development?
For this particular bit of the development, it brings it within acceptable limits. Right. Okay. So you go then back to the 1990 permission, which says 55 decibels. But 55 decibels is the maximum amount on World Health Organization scale of noise that you should be subject to. And so we need to be looking at whether we can bring attenuation in to those processes on the site that fall below that 55 decibel limit, particularly at night. So is that something that our environmental health officers are pursuing? And it's not really an issue for this planning application. It is an environmental health issue, and I know all about this, having been subjected to it myself. So really we're being sidetracked by the noise issues that we can't control because of the 1990 permissions, and what we need to look at is the noise issues that we can control on this new development. Is that my understanding? Is that correct?
I think the answer to that is broadly yes. I mean, I know that there was an investigation done, I think, commencing around about December, January time, which culminated in March, which resulted at one point with a noise abatement notice being served. But that was in respect of a particularly noisy activity elsewhere on the site associated with what I believe was called the Grinder House. And environmental health officers had been to the site, witnessed it for themselves. I think since then noise monitoring equipment has also been installed inside properties, but to answer your question, I can't tell you which rooms they've been put in because I don't know. But the issue from their point of view was that there was an abatement notice served on the company, which was a fairly sort of draconian notice, as you know. And that resulted then in a degree of works being done by the company on more than one occasion, which then resulted in a significant reduction ultimately to the point where the abatement notice was considered to be satisfied and the case or the file closed. But I don't have before me today, unless Neve is able to access it on her laptop, what the measured levels were and what they'd reduced it to, if you like. And as you say, some of those levels, you know, which we look back now to 1990 and we're looking at it now, are saying, right, well, 55 decibels at 3 o'clock in the morning is a big deal. Yeah. But that would be dealt with through noise nuisance. Sorry.
Thank you. My interpretation of decibels and acceptable levels is that they are what they are, and that it's pointless harking back to a 1990 approval if the World Health Organization says that a factory shall not emit 55 decibels and keep the lady awake over the street. I think he's talking about today, irrespective of yesterday. I think it's like an alcohol in the blood driving situation. It's a legal limit today, relevant to whatever process is going on in the mother bee. But more importantly for me, I'm going back to this.
Is this a question, Councillor?
Yes. Can we defer this decision until such times that BATA gives us a complete breakdown of their traffic HGV movements so that we can assess from a given baseline that there is no increase in the traffic which is being claimed? Because the knock-on impact will be to the Molten Air Quality Management area. If there is an increase in HGV traffic heading east or potentially to York, that traffic will be entering into the centre of Molten and impacting on air quality. So I would like to just wait for BATA to present us with a complete breakdown of their traffic movements for the last 6 months.
Chairman, I think that was probably more of a proposal than a question.
Can we do it? Can we defer?
We're still in questions at the moment, as far as I was aware.
Yeah, therefore it is a question.
It's a question for members, not a question for
No,
us,
no,
whether you
what-
want to defer it or not.
What I think what we're saying is, what would be the consequences of doing as Simon is suggesting? Consequences in terms of planning, and are there any consequences, or could we, for example, have a site visit and ask for further information and bring this back to another meeting? Would that in any way prejudice the council? Am I right?
Only to the extent that if the applicant, after 18 months of waiting for a planning permission, says, right, I've had enough of this, I'm going to do a non-determination appeal. We've got one on the agenda already tonight. And we've not rushed the consideration of this application. So yes, that's the potential consequence. You could end up with the decision being taken out of your hands completely.
I think the applicant will want the people of Motherby to be satisfied and everybody else to be satisfied. We could ask him, is sitting staring at me or us.
Councillor Thackeray, I was answering a question that the chairman asked me, not
I beg your pardon, the chairman was looking at me as if he wanted... Sorry, I couldn't see you.
The chairman asked me what the consequences are, and the consequences is either the applicant plays ball or the applicant looks at what we've decided tonight and the nature of the debate and says, right, I'm not happy with this, I'm going to take it somewhere else for somebody else to make the decision. That's your risk.
Councillor Mason, the last,
yes,
your last question, please.
Sorry. It's just to clarify something. So basically, the application we're deciding tonight, which is basically the bulk storage for the production from the mill. Now, I don't understand how those two separate things are not related, because the mill makes the product to fill the stores. So how they can't be combined into one noise abatement thing is beyond me. So could you clarify? So that is basically, there's no relationship at all to the mill house and this application, even though the mill house is making the feed for the stores.
I think in a nutshell, that's our EHO's position, is that this is what it is. It's its own entity and constructed to the standards that's been proposed with the conditions proposed, that this development will not create a noise nuisance problem. It shouldn't create a significant noise amenity problem, which is to cover Councillor Andrews' point about the two different issues. That doesn't abrogate or absolve the owners and the operators' responsibilities to the local community under other legislation, such as the Environmental Protection Act.
So my follow-on to that would be if a statutory noise restriction was put on to working 24/7 and they can't get the production, are they going to need these bins? They are so related that's the thing. I mean,
the situation is you've got a site effectively without any house control on it.
Well, then can we put controls on ours?
Well, not reasonably on this development, no, because you're dealing with a very small part of the site and a very limited development in itself. But I think the issue here is that there are noise in the way that nuisance is assessed in terms of its impact over and above background. That will change during the day. So your background noise levels are higher at 3 o'clock in the afternoon than they are at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Completely understand that, Gary, and that's not the issue. The residents actually want to help better do this. I think the problem is the noise is disturbing multiple residents' sleep from 11 o'clock till 6 o'clock in the morning.
That is where other controls over what's existing on the site, what exists on the site, the existing buildings on the site that might have been, tolerable 10 years ago suddenly aren't today. Without any application for planning permission, that doesn't mean that what that's, in terms of the additional noise created is acceptable. If we then get a complaint that goes to the EHOs that is arguably noise nuisance, they would have to do something about it. They've already served one notice. That doesn't mean they won't serve another one at some future point. I wouldn't like to predict that.
I think we've had...
Sorry, Chair. So can we just be clear that what we're considering tonight are these bins, and that the decibel level is 40 decibels. That's what we're considering in front of us tonight, not the other issues on the site. Because I think we need to be clear about what we're considering. Thank you, Chairman.
I believe the 40 decibel that's referenced in the condition actually relates to a 40 decibel reduction as a result of the construction of the...
What will the decibel reading be in that production area? Sorry.
That does go back to the question I asked about 20 minutes ago.
Checking the noise report again. Yeah. From the report here, in terms of assumption that it says the proposed new housing will be constructed of the same panelling as the existing weighbridge, providing a minimum 40 decibel RW as confirmed by the client. I can't tell you what RW is, I don't know, but that's what it's working to.
I think, members, it's 9 o'clock now, and I think I don't want to curtail the discussion, but we have other business to get through, and I think we don't want to go over the same ground again. Are there any final questions that anybody has to ask? Right, can we go on to debate then, please? It's Councillor Mason's ward, so Councillor Mason, do you wish to say anything?
Yes. I think we've covered quite a lot, actually, but before I introduce this application, I'll be putting forward a request for a site visit so we can really get to the detail of how close this is to the local residents. You know, I think we all know the site. I'm pretty sure we've driven past it quite a few times. But as you can see from the meeting notes and the questions, this is quite a contentious application. I think a site visit will provide much needed context for the committee to decide. I will put that motion forward now. I can talk a bit more if you want me to, but I'll put that forward now.
Is there a seconder?
I will second that, Mr. Chairman.
Does anybody wish to? If nobody wishes to oppose it, then I'll ask the officers to comment before the matter is put to the vote. So,
Chairman, may I make a comment? If the site visit is supported, would it be beneficial to have the environmental health officers on site with us for that visit?
I think the simple answer to that, Chairman, is yes. from the head of service, including environmental health.
Put it forward.
I beg your pardon.
Briefly, Mr. Chairman, in seconding the proposal for a site visit, I think there are one or two questions about the actual noise output of the application that need answering, and hopefully that would be helped by a site visit, as well as the local ward members' reasons for a site visit.
Chairman, I'm conscious of the request. I'll say from the parish. It might not have been the parish, but for a 6 o'clock in the morning or 10 o'clock at night site visit is probably not going to be one that we're going to be able to arrange for the committee. Whether individual members wish to, avail themselves of an unannounced visit at 11 o'clock at night is a matter for members, I suppose. But I think in the context of seeing where this is on the site in relation to everything else, obviously you can
I think the context
deduce that from a normal site visit.
Yeah, I think yeah.
Before we go to the vote, is there anything else that officers wish to say? Can we go to the vote then, please?
This is a vote for a site inspection as proposed by Councillor Mason and seconded by Councillor Cleary. Councillor Andrews?
For.
Councillor Brackstone?
For.
Councillor Cleary?
For.
Councillor Goodrick? For. Councillor Graham?
For.
Councillor Mason?
For.
Councillor Potter? For. Councillor Thackeray?
For.
Councillor Windress?
For.
Well, that's unanimous, Chairman. We'll arrange the site inspection arrangements at the end of the meeting, Chairman.
Right, application number, item number 10, which is on page 145, application 21-00023, full, in Norton Town Council, the erection of a first floor and single-storey rear extension to the annex of Wellington House to create 2 additional residence bedrooms to include a rendered finish, the insertion of an additional obscure glazed window at first floor level of the existing western elevation of Wellington House, and the installation of 2 roof lights in Wellington House and 1 roof light to the existing single-storey rear extension. The location is Wellington House, 63 Wood Street, Norton. Would the officer present the report, please?
I think the officer is at home. I think this is Ellie Thompson who's presenting this one, Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman. Members, this is an application which seeks permission for a first floor extension to the single-storey annex of Wellington House, which is a HMO property located on Wood Street in Norton, together with the installation of a new obscure glazed window in the western elevation of the existing property and the installation of 3 roof lights to the existing property. The application site is located on Wood Street, close to the corner with Beverley Road, immediately to the north of the Bright Steel site. The main building which fronts the highway on the application site is a large 19th century villa with the modern single-storey annex situated to the rear of the main building. The proposed first floor extension would see an increase in height of the rear annex by approximately 2 metres and would result in a net increase of 2 residence bedrooms at the site. Members will note from the report that there is an extant permission on the site, which was granted in 2018, which granted permission for a single-storey extension along the eastern boundary of the site, which would have also resulted in a net increase of 2 residence bedrooms. The applicant has confirmed that he no longer wishes to implement the previous permission and has agreed to provide a unilateral undertaking to legally commit not to implement the 2018 permission should this application be approved. As members will see from the report, we have received several objections to the proposed development, including one from Norton Town Council. The local highway authority has not objected to the application, and just to update members, since the late pages were issued, the Environmental Health Housing Officer has also confirmed she now has no objections to the proposed development. All of the issues are outlined in the report, and so on balance and taking into account the fallback position of the previous permission, it is considered that the proposal is acceptable. So on that basis, approval is recommended subject to the provision of a legal agreement to ensure the previous permission is not implemented. So if we could just go to the presentation, please. Thank you. So this is an aerial view of the application site. You can see even from this perspective that the main property, which fronts the highway, is quite substantial in scale. You can also see the rear annex, which is the sort of L-shaped building towards the rear of the site, and the neighbouring properties to the west and the east. Thank you. So this is the front and sort of the side of the property from the corner of Wood Street. You can see the original 19th century villa which fronts the highway, and the roof of the annex to the rear, sort of behind that smaller tree there. This image was taken from the north side of Wood Street. It's of the same elevation of the application site, and you can just see the sort of original 2-storey extension to the rear of the main building. This image is from the front of the property, showing the access just to the left-hand side, and the annex building as existing just behind the main building there at the back of the photo. So this is the front of the annex, sort of extends out from the back of the property and then across the site. And this image just shows the way the annex connects to the rear of the main building via the existing two-storey rear extension. So it's on the elevation, that elevation there of the existing two-storey extension, where the new obscure glazed window is proposed to be installed at first floor level. This is the rear of the annex building, taken from the rear amenity space of the site. And then this image depicts the alignment of the annex building with the neighbouring bungalow dwelling to the west. As you can see, the annex extends no further to the north than this neighbouring property. So this is the gap between the annex building and the neighbouring property to the west. And this image shows the space between the annex and the eastern boundary of the site, which is a distance of just under 5 metres. So this image was taken from the front garden of the neighbouring bungalow dwelling to the west, where you can see where the new obscure glazed window is proposed to be installed. This is from the rear garden of the neighbouring bungalow, looking towards the application site. The annex building's just beyond the fence there. And this is from the same garden, just a little bit closer. This is from the rear garden of the next door but one neighbouring property on the other side. The annex building is the sort of small gable end you can see, sort of to the right hand side of the photo just before the washing line. So this proposal will raise the height of that so it's set just below the height of the existing two-storey extension. The single-storey building you can see, which is on the boundary there, that's not proposed to change at all. This is another image just looking from the same garden back towards the site. And I think this is the last image facing back towards the site from just further down Beverley Road. You can see the annex at the very back there behind that tree. Thank you, Chair. I think that was my last photo.
We have one speaker, Ben Stone, the architect. Are you there, Ben?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Could you speak, please? You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, councillors. Wellington House is an established HMO, a house in multiple occupancy. It is run by the Hopkinson family, who provide a number of HMOs. As the officer's report notes, this is a very important element of primary affordable housing with a proven need within Malton and Norton. The applicant has worked with the planning officers and responded with alterations acknowledging concerns. It is also noted that the highways have no objection and that following consultation with the housing officer, she is now in agreement with the proposal. An HMO is subject to licensing and continuous review by the housing officer and the fire service to ensure the quality of this form of housing provision is maintained. There is an existing planning permission for the addition of 2 bedrooms to the rear of Wellington House. This application proposes to supersede the existing permission, and as such, there is a unilateral agreement proposed to these ends. The proposal aims to improve the aspects of Wellington House. Fundamentally, there will be a significant improvement in material quality. The brickwork to the annex is of very poor quality. This extension is also a more sustainable form of extension due to the reduced requirement of additional substructure and improvement of the existing fabric to meet current building regulations. The reduced footprint also reduces the impact of water runoff with respect to the previous planning application permission. In addition, this proposal maintains a high level of garden amenity to the rear of Wellington House due to the lack of footprint taken up by the current extant planning permission. Great efforts have been taken up by the applicant to avoid overlooking matters beyond the expected standards with continuous consultation with the planning officer. There is an established need for this type of housing. The applicant is experienced at providing it. The proposals are sensitive to the adjacent buildings. The building is established as an HMO. This is not a change of use application. The proposals are sustainable and a good replacement for the extant planning application. That's all I need to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ben. Do the officers want to add anything more to that?
Not really, Chairman, but just to draw members, it's already been said that there was a planning permission in 2018 for a single-storey addition at the back of the property for 2 additional letting bedrooms, which was approved. But this isn't an addition to that. In essence, they're seeking to build this 2 additional bedrooms, but relinquish the earlier permission, which I think would still run till September this year as an additional permission. So the unilateral agreement that's been referred to would take away the earlier planning permission.
Any questions from members? Councillor Potter.
Yes, thank you, Chair. What historical level of noise complaints have there been at this property?
Well, Ellie's on the screen. I'm not sure if she has.
Ellie, are you going to answer?
Yes, I can do, Chair. Thank you. There has been, I don't know the specific level, a number of noise complaints. It is one of the things that has been cited in the objections we've received from neighbouring properties. But I couldn't tell you how many in terms of the statutory nuisance complaints, how many that we've received.
Any more questions? Can we go into debate? I suppose I'm the nearest member to the site, but I know absolutely nothing about it. I'm wondering if Councillor Graham has got any instructions to speak about it. Well, in that case, I'll just move this application from the chair. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Well, if we're obliged to write off affordable housing, which is barely affordable to those not on the housing ladder, and continually approve yet more market housing, which is clearly unaffordable, then there's an even more desperate need for houses of multiple occupancy for our younger residents. And this will only increase due to the latest affordability ratio rising to 13.5 in Ryedale. So we must be among the worst in the whole country, if not top of the league table. And as there appear to be no valid planning reasons to refuse this application, then I won't be doing so. So I'm quite happy to second the approval. Thank you, Chair.
Does anybody else wish to speak? Do the officers wish to make any final comments?
Nothing to add, Chairman. I can quickly run down names if you wish me to.
Yes, please, Chair. We'll go straight to the vote then. 4, Chair.
Councillor Braxton.
4.
Councillor Cleary.
4.
4.
4.
Councillor Mason.
4.
Councillor Potter. 4. Councillor Cathray.
4.
Councillor Windrush. 4. That's unanimous, 9 votes to 0.
Thank you. Permission is granted then. We now go on to item number 11, which is on...
Chairman, sorry to interrupt, but we have been going more than 3 hours. Do you think it might be appropriate for us to have a comfort break?
I would agree with you, yes. Can we adjourn for just 5 minutes, please? Because if we get to 10 o'clock, then we're going to have to think about deferring the meeting until... Not in planning? Okay, right, well, let's have a comfort break then. Gentlemen, shall we resume, please? Item number 11. Great and Little Bath Parish Council, full application. The application number is 21/00057/full. And it's an application for a change of use of buildings to commercial livery stables to include equine therapy and rehabilitation services, erection of 2 number additional stables, construction of 1 number horse walker, formation of riding arena, and construction of hard standing area for parking and turning of vehicles. It's a retrospective application, and the location is the livery at the Hay Barn, Bath Lane, Great Bath. I believe Jill Thompson is the officer who is reporting on this. Would you like to make your report, please, Jill?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, that's right. This is a retrospective application which has been made following a planning enforcement complaint that we received in the autumn of last year. I think it's probably safe to say that the evolution of this site is not particularly clear. Although it's evident that since planning permission was granted in 2001 for a domestic stable and store building, the use of the site has changed to cover some livery use and some development. That includes a car parking, hard standing, horse walker and additional stables. In addition to the 2 stables that are mentioned in the description, I think it's probably it's unclear how the historic building has been reconfigured over time to provide the number of stables that are currently on the site at the minute. I think there's something like 7 stable boxes altogether. Notwithstanding that, the application that's in front of us now seeks to regularise the situation in terms of the development at the site and its use as a livery and for equine therapy. Chairman, in many respects, the development is development one would expect to find in a rural area, and I think that's noted by people that have made comments in support of the application. And in addition, in an area such as Ryedale, equine therapy is an important activity in terms of local rural economic activity. But the site and the use is in close proximity to residential dwellings, 3 residential dwellings in particular, and there is an impact associated with the use and the proposed use. Particularly in terms of the fact that it will result in some additional activity over and above the use of the site as domestic stables. You'll note from the report that the environmental health officers are satisfied that with the manure management plan that's been submitted, they believe that any impact on residential amenity that could arise from smell would be mitigated by adherence to that. It has to be said, and I think the case officer, Martin Macbeth, who is the planning enforcement officer, believes that the current use and the proposals of the current tenants is very low key, and that actually it's a level of activity and a nature of activity which wouldn't result in unacceptable harm in terms of increased activity for neighbouring residents. That said, that could change if the nature of the equine therapy business changes, or if the balance between the equine therapy and the livery changes, or indeed the type of livery changes at the site. So I think with this in mind, to support what is effectively a fledgling business, we are recommending that on balance, we grant a temporary planning permission for 3 years, which would allow this situation to be reassessed in the future. That's a temporary permission that is subject to the conditions that are in the report. Chairman, just in terms of some updates, you'll note in the late pages there were some further letters received in response to a planning statement provided by the applicant's agent. In summary, some of the points raised in those further letters were some points of clarification from the former tenants of the stables in relation to legal matters. clarification from another former tenant of the historical arrangement of the stables and disposal of manure at that time, some concerns about storage of agricultural equipment at the car parking area, some questioning of movements associated with the agricultural access to the fields, questioning the number of stables and that they're incorrectly accounted for, questioning the conflicting information in relation to capacity, traffic and the nature of the use, and reiterating concerns about smell, lack of privacy, the blocking of accesses, safety of the horses and the increase in flies and vermin. Further to those, the letters that are on the late pages, we have received another letter in support of the application, and just in summary, that letter, the comments made in support are that the person believes it is an appropriate location for equine business, that the livery and equine therapy will not add to any disturbance to residents. There's already existing agricultural activity in the vicinity, that agriculture and horse racing is important to Ryedale, and that we should be supporting this local equine therapy business. Thank you, Chairman. The recommendation is outlined. Before members go into debate, we'll just run through the photographs of the site, if that's all right.
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, so this first photograph is taken from Bath Lane, looking south towards sort of Newsham Bridge. So the access to the site, the application site, you can just see there in front of that house known as the Wheelhouse. That's one of the residential dwellings that is passed when accessing the site. And next door to that is a property known as the dwelling known as the Hay Barn. Further down that access route is a property known as the Granary, which is the property which is located, I think, closest to the stables and the car parking. Just have a look at the next photo, please. It's just another picture of the access down towards the site and the dwellings and their gardens that are between the access road. But there is another area of garden land which I understand is in the ownership of the resident of the Wheelhouse, which is just on that right-hand side of the access road. So where those sort of copper-coloured leaf trees are, that is sort of an extension of some garden land. The next photograph, please. And that's just looking further down that track towards the entrance to the site, the blue sort of horse box vehicle there, standing on what is effectively the car parking hard standing associated with the application site. The next photograph, please. And this is taken from within the site. Picture of the hard standing car parking area. So behind me in that picture are the sort of stable buildings and the horse walker, etc. And behind the vehicle and the trailer is the garden, part of the garden that's associated with the property known as the Granary. And I think the gable end of that building is part of that property. You can just see the gates to that property as well, behind those bales. Can have a look at the next photo, please. It's just another picture looking westwards across the car parking area. Look at the next photo, please. And that's looking from the back of the car parking area across to the stable block. You can just perhaps see the sort of the horse walker behind the horse that has the red blanket on it, and just in front of the stable buildings there is the trailer that's used to store and then subsequently remove manure from the site. Next photograph, please. This is taken from the sort of western side of the car park, looking towards the granary. So at this section of the site, the landscaping is quite substantial, albeit it's obviously in leaf there. But that is at that from that particular vantage point. You'll see from some other slides that the landscaping is not quite so substantial from other vantage points within the car park. Move on to the next slide, please. And that's just a point in question. So that's standing in the car park, looking across straight towards the property known as the granary. So there's quite a lot of intervisibility there between the site, the car park, and that property. And next photograph, please. Thank you. That's just a more detailed, close photograph of the stable buildings and the sort of the small exercise area, horse walker. And the next photograph, please. Just another picture of the stable buildings. Next photograph, please. And another picture of the site looking sort of in a, I suppose, northwesterly direction across the exercise area towards the horse walker. And the next picture, please. And that's looking west across the land, which I believe is in the applicant's ownership. And the area of land where horses associated with the site graze. Next photograph, please. And that's just looking from the northern side of the site back in a southerly direction towards the car park area. And the next photograph, please. This photograph is taken from the track leading to the site. It's obviously taken in winter time and just shows the back of the stable buildings as they can be seen from from that track at that point in the year. And the next photograph, please. That's just taken from further back. From the track and the garden land, looking back towards the site. You can just see through the trees the roof of the stable buildings. The next photograph, please. And I believe that's taken from Bath Lane, looking in the direction of the site, where it's the stable buildings aren't apparent from the main road. Just to give members an indication of how visible the site is in the wider landscape. The next photograph, please. This photograph is taken from the garden of the dwelling known as the granary, and they have a wildlife pond. And I think, as far as I understand it, there are some seating behind where that photograph is taken, some formal seating area, and that's looking towards the car park. You can just see the hard standing of the car park and the outline of a car there. And the next photograph, please. And that's just from another point in that garden, looking across at the stables. You can just see the gable end of the stable building, and I believe it's a horse box. Next picture, please. And that's taken from part of the access from within the curtilage of the property known as the granary, and that's their access road, and it just shows the relationship between their access and the access to the stables and the hard standing for the stables. Next slide, please. And that again is from the gates of that property looking due west. So I'm standing in the garden of part of the garden of the granary. I don't think it's a particular area of the garden that's used for seating or anything else, but it's nevertheless part of the entrance to that property. and that's just looking towards the car parking, which clearly is very visible from that point on that site. The next slide, please. Oh, that's it. Thank you, Chairman. As I've said, the recommendation is as outlined in the report.
Thank you, Jill. Do members have any questions? Councillor Potter.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, on page 167 under the history, it says at the bottom of it, application made invalid following officer's site visit, which resulted in the submission of the subject application. I'm just interested why an application was made invalid.
I'm afraid I don't have the answer to that. It could be that the case officer disagreed with the description, but I'm afraid I don't have the answer to that at hand, Councillor Potter.
Okay, thanks, Jill. Just another one. There's one objection that referred to problems with the electrics tripping out and therefore potential safety issues. And I'm assuming that while that's important, it's not actually a planning issue.
No, I think anything to do with electrical safety, the onus is on the applicant or tenants of the building to make sure that they operate it safely, really. But you're right, it's not something that we can necessarily concern ourselves with.
Councillor Thackeray.
Yes, thank you. I'd just like a bit of clarification on the extent of additional planting or screening that might be on the applicant's site, between the applicant's site and the residential, the dwellings that are there. Somebody giving me a bit of... Can't hear you, Jill. Oh, nearly. Now I can.
Well, I hope from the photographs that you could see that from certainly one end of that car park, there was quite a lot of screening, and I think a lot of that screening is actually from the landscaping that is part of the garden of the granary itself. But as you moved further towards the entrance, there is quite a lot of intervisibility. There's not a lot of screening. So I think the case officer took the view that actually we should be looking to condition effectively what amounts to quite a limited landscaping plan to provide some additional planting, native hedgerow planting around the boundary of that car park area, just to help mitigate the sort of the visual impact of it.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Mason.
The only thing I picked up on really was in the parish council response, where I'm not quite sure about this. The original consent for the roadway owned by Mr. Kellett was granted on the basis that it would not be used for business access. Has that been dealt with? I don't know. It's just a statement that's been in the parish council letter response.
I think, well, my understanding is the applicant, who also farms the wider land, has a right of access to those fields, and equally that gives them a right of access to this application site. I'm not aware of anything that would prevent him from accessing the site or the rest of his agricultural land.
I believe there are two speakers who wish to speak on this matter. Mr. Dennis Ward, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
You have 3 minutes. Could you speak, please?
Okay. This application is untrue, therefore should not be approved. It is missing the 3 stables added to the original stable block, and there is no mention of the extension of the track into the land. We see from the supporting documentation there is a recommendation for a 3-year temporary planning approval. We would ask what criteria has been used for this recommendation. We assume that this must contain the 9 months this has been unlawfully run to date. The residents on this site have been the subject of strict planning controls to maintain the character of the residential development. Clauses within our deeds state a business cannot be run from any of the properties and occupants should not cause a nuisance to their neighbours. You are now proposing to give planning approval to someone who has broken planning rules for the last 7 years and impacted the residential character that you have imposed strict planning controls on. You now propose to go against your controlling statement that the original stable land are not to be used for commercial use, which was the deciding factor in the purchase of the Wild House property. The retrospective planning application was only submitted following our complaint to the RDC enforcement team. If you approve this temporary planning with its restrictions, who's going to enforce it? We residents employ 4 people every week. This proposal does not give any additional employment to anyone, as the tenants are already employed in this area. The current livery, as it stands, does not meet the standards required by the Animal Welfare Act. Size of land per horse, fencing, water troughs, not plastic buckets, shelter, barbed wire, fire escape routes for the horses, fire inspections, fire point. The track was put in for the houses as part of the conversion. The track ceased at the granary property and was extended by the applicant, and in its previous application, December 2020, was included. Also, he included my land, was the reason why it was rejected. Trees have now been protected by a TPO from any subsequent damage by the applicants or tenants. In the winter months, this land is questionable, becomes waterlogged.
You have 30 seconds.
Thank you. This year for 3 months. Therefore, this should not be used for turnout of horses, as there is a possibility of hoof infections. The land is unsuitable as detailed in document by the IDB. The residents are due the same fair play and support as the farming horse community by both the RDC and parish councils, which does not seem to be the case in this application. This is a residential hamlet with deserves the protection of not being exploited for some small commercial gain, and ensures the rules of planning apply to everyone, not just those who disrespect the process. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. And then we have Mr. Ian Pick. Are you there, Mr. Ian Pick?
I am.
Would you like to speak? You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am speaking as planning agent on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Andrew Kelly. The applicant purchased the dwelling known as the Hay Barn with the associated stable block and paddocks in 2014 and has operated the site as a horse enterprise since 2014. The site includes a stable block with 7 stable boxes, a tack room and a hay store. Externally, there is a hard-standing parking area, small riding arena and a horse walker. Since 2014, the site has operated as a low-key enterprise, accommodating up to 9 horses. It's important to note that the facility operated without complaint for 6 years prior to this planning application. One of the main objectors to the scheme actually rented the stables from the applicant until mid-2020. The applicant has now rented the site to new tenants, and they propose to use the site to accommodate their own 3 horses, 3 commercial liveries, and up to 3 horses for equine therapy. Miss Bloom is a veterinary nurse and qualified equine therapist and proposes to provide horse therapy for horses. The proposed use of the site is low-key and will generate very little traffic. It can be realistically argued that what is being proposed now has a lesser impact in terms of traffic generation and general activities than the previous livery uses on the site. You will note from the officer report that the statutory consultees for this application raised no objections. Highways, Environmental Health, Great and Little Parish Council and the Tree and Landscape Officer all have no objections. The officer recommendation is one of approval, but limited to 3 years. The justification for the 3 years is that whilst the level of activity arising from the current management and use of the site is considered to be acceptable in terms of its impact on the amenity of nearby residents, it's unclear how this might change as the equine therapy business becomes established. It's the applicant's contention that the level of activity on site with the therapy will actually be less than using the site for livery. With livery horses, the horse owners tend to visit the site daily in the mornings or the evenings. With the therapy, the horses are cared for by the tenant with no necessity for comings and goings of the owners. As a result, we believe that the application should be granted a permanent consent rather than the 3 years suggested. Your consideration of this request would be appreciated. Thank you.
Would the officers like to comment on that?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Yes, it is that the whole issue of the temporary permission, the proposed temporary permission, is as a result of the case officer's deliberations. Effectively, we're having to strike a balance here and make a judgment call on between effectively a current use and a proposed use by the current tenants, which is low key. Within the parameters of the permission, though, that could cover changes to the equine therapy business itself. It could cover changes in the balance between equine therapy and livery. And clearly within the parameters of the permission, there could be up to 9 horses on the site at livery, and depending on the nature of that livery would influence the amount of traffic. So if it was 9 horses all at DIY livery, then potentially you've got 9 vehicles in the morning, 9 vehicles in an evening, and 9 vehicles on a Saturday and Sunday. I think in considering this, the balance of probabilities, the case officer's thinking, well, actually, it's unlikely that you will get all of those 9 vehicles coming at the same time. But nevertheless, within the parameters of what is being applied for, there is a difference between what is currently proposed by the existing tenants and what could occur. And I think that's why we're suggesting a temporary permission to be able to reassess in the future how things could change on the site. Thank you.
Thank you, Jill. Can we go into debate then? Who would like to start the discussion?
Want any questions, Chairman?
Well, we have had some questions. Are there any further questions? Councillor.
Just to pick up on our officer's report, the suggestion is that it's possible to house 9 horses in these stables, when in actual fact 9 horses visited twice a day on a livery basis would result in 36 vehicle movements a day, which is a substantial number of vehicle movements over the day. And that would be 7 days a week. Horses don't break off at weekends to do nothing. So we just need to just be careful about what we're actually doing here, and whether it is appropriate that it is a temporary permission. Thank you, Chairman.
Was that a question?
Are we happy that actually it would equate to 36 vehicle movements a day?
Jill.
I think hypothetically that is a possibility if it was if the whole site was used on a DIY livery basis for 9 horses. I mean, I think that there are stables present on the site sufficient for 7 horses, and I think 2 horses are at grazing livery. Or they're on a grazing livery basis. But yes, you're right, in terms of the vehicular movements, that is that could equate to 9 coming in the morning, 9 going in the morning, 9 coming in an evening, 9 going in an evening. But again, that will be it's hypothetical if that's the use effectively maxed out on a DIY livery basis.
Any more questions? No. Can we go to debate then? I think it's Councillor Thackeray.
Yes, I was listening to what Councillor Goodrick and Planning Officer Jill Thompson said. I was, having read the application and read a lot of the supporting documentation, I am under the impression personally that this is intended to be an equine therapy business, not a straightforward livery business. It's rather difficult to decipher.
I think it's one of those that time will probably tell, and so part of the sort of recommendation is the sort of trial period type of thing where you can be at a point of reassessing that and seeing how the business evolves, because I don't think anybody's really absolutely sure. And in those sorts of circumstances, we'd come to the conclusion that a temporary planning permission was probably the best option. Then you get into the realms of how long the temporary planning permission. Again, we've already had that discussion tonight.
You do, and you also get, of course, back into the scenario that we discussed about the Sherburn temporary planning permission, whereby young people are making an investment in a business with potentially a 3-year brick wall that they might run into based upon criteria that I don't see what the criteria is here that would determine if it were a success or not.
I think, again, you're in that judgment call territory in terms of, you know, to some extent, as you'll have seen from the file, that this site has got a somewhat shady history in the way that it's evolved. And to some extent, the investment in the buildings and structures has already happened. So what's new that's been applied for is pretty
Well,
limited.
it's minimal, isn't it?
Limited.
Yeah.
But no, that's not to suggest there hasn't been some investment in it. And so, you know, at some extremes, we've sat here of a committee and granted somebody a 12-month temporary planning permission in the past, I can recall. Not for anything remotely like this, but there's all shades of grey. And I think the judgment of officers was that a full permission at this point in time was probably a step too far.
I think Councillor Thackeray wants to continue. Were you making a speech, or were you asking a question, or do you wish to make a speech? Because it's your ward.
Sorry, this was the debate we're in now.
Yes,
yeah, it's a debate. Well, I think I touched on the area that I think is most important, really, in this context, is for the applicant who will be making, presumably further investment. It's difficult to say. The applicant, I use the word applicant, but clearly there's a tenant, and the tenant's intended use is as an equine therapy business. So I really don't know what to say. Beyond that, it's a little bit of a conundrum to me. It's the judgment call that Mr. Housen said is definitely there, but it certainly leaves a big judgment call in the lap of the applicant/tenant as to whether or not they've got security in developing their business on that site. It is a problem. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. I don't know.
Thank you, Chairman. My understanding is that the permission that we give tonight goes with the land, not with the business and not with the tenants. So we need to be clear on what we're giving permission for. Is what I'm expecting to hear from officers. The investment has already been made. The stabling is already there. That is the bulk of an equine business, is the stabling and the horse walker. That investment is already there. So what we're being asked to do tonight is to allow that business to work from the premises that already exist. So I don't think it's unreasonable at this moment to give a temporary permission, particularly when it's tenanted, to see if that business actually is successful. Because, as I say, the main investment has already been made, and the permission, if that business fails, could then revert back to what the officer suggested, a do-it-yourself livery with 36 vehicle movements a day, which will be a real onus on the existing people who are living so close to that development.
Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I did have some initial concerns with this one around tree protection and the intensification of use, but these have largely been allayed by the tree officer and what I consider to be the sensible provision of a temporary permission, which gives the opportunity to address any problems in the near future. And I agree with Councillor Goodrick that, yeah, this is permission on the land, not the people there, but at least with 3 years, we've got an end in sight to it if there are any problems. So on the basis that nobody seems to have moved approval so far, I will do so. Thank you, Chair.
Anybody else? So we have it's moved and seconded. Does anybody else wish to speak? Do the officers want to come back?
No, thank you, Chairman.
Can we have the vote then, please?
Thank you. I think Councillor Blackstone's left, so we'll start with yourself anyway. Councillor Andrews?
4, Chair.
Councillor Cleary?
4.
Councillor Goodrick?
4.
Councillor Graham?
4.
Councillor Mason?
4.
Councillor Potter?
4.
Councillor Thackeray?
4.
Councillor Windrus? 4. That's unanimous, 8 votes to 0, Chairman. Thank you.
We go on to the next one, which is item number 12, which is on page 187. Application number 21/00581 House. It's in Terrington. It's a household application. It's the erection of a two-storey side extension at Pantiles, 4 North Car, Terrington. Who's speaking?
It's me, Chairman. The case officer was Emma Woodland, but she can't be here tonight, so she's delegated it upwards to myself to present. I'll try and be brief, Chairman. Sorry, I'm on the wrong page. This application, as you'll see from the agenda papers, at the time that we had put the agenda to be published, we didn't have the comments from Terrington Parish Council, but we received those today. I'll just read them out very quickly. Terrington Parish Council members' comments note that the building and the extension are not visible from the village street, only partly visible from the road on the approach from the east. At the moment you can't approach from the east because of the big trench down the middle of the road, as I found out on Monday. The proposed extension appears to be in keeping with the style of the existing property. For these reasons, the Parish Council therefore has no objection to this development. So that's just a late update. And indeed, there is also a letter on the late pages, Chairman, which I'll just try and find, which was on page 23 and 24, which was a further letter of objection in response to an amended plan that had been negotiated. The Conservation Officer had made what was it, to be fair, a relatively minor addition to the plan that's on the agenda before you tonight, Chairman. And if members turn very quickly to page 190, you can see that this former, I'll call it a barn, but it's a former agricultural building, was part of a group of buildings converted into, I think, 6 separate units quite close to Terrington School on the north side of the main village street. This particular unit is located at the back of the site, so even allowing for the fact that the site is on slightly rising ground, as I'm sure members would appreciate, it's actually largely obscured by the other units on the front of the site from the village street and the adjacent properties of Oak Barn, Oak Dean and Mayfield Cottage shown on that location plan. The next two pages show the existing building, which is a stone and pan-tiled roof structure with two-storey structure with a hipped roof. It has a small single-storey garden room extension, and this extension is shown on page 192. Is essentially a further addition to the two-storey aspect of that building, continuing the wall and roof line over, essentially showing an enlarged kitchen area on ground floor and an enlarged bedroom 3 on first floor with an ensuite. So in relative terms, it's not that large an extension, Chairman. There is no direct impact on the neighbours in terms of either amenity overlooking or issues of that nature, although we have received 3 objection letters from neighbours, which is why it's on the agenda tonight. There is also the agent's letter on page 193 confirming that he feels that this is in keeping with the conservation area and it's complies with policies SPs 12, 16 and 20. If we could quickly just go to the photographs, Ellie, that would be great. And hopefully this will just explain the situation. So here you've got, if we're looking at this just with page 190 in mind, this is the entrance from the main village street into the parking area to the rear of the site, and that's how you access the site. And some of the buildings in the foreground are single-storey buildings, and as the next photograph pans across, you can see that there is a slightly higher roof line behind, which is the start of the two-storey building, but you can't see this one because it's hidden behind what's in the foreground, which is also quite well screened. So in terms of vision from the village street, there's nothing really to see from this viewpoint. If we can just go to the next photograph. This was taken just, you can see the sewer repair in the village street. There was a big hole in the ground just beyond that. This is a view back across, and if you can see beyond the neighbouring single-storey buildings, you can just see the outline and profile of a roof in the background, and that's all you can see of the very far end of the hip roof from the street. So if you can imagine, that hip is going on about another 3 metres. That's what you've got. The next photograph, please, Ellie. This is taken within the site, so that's the gable end with the hip roof that would be extended outwards. So it just follows the line of the roof and the building onwards. And as you can see, there's quite an attractive group of buildings, but this is very much located to the rear of the site. And to the rear, you can see the garden room that was shown on the plans. Next photo, please, Ellie. That's just closer up, so that gable is essentially just brought out further. Next photograph, Ellie. This is from within the site. And the next photograph, Ellie. So this is from the neighbouring property, but as you say, as I said, this is sort of not affected by the extension, which would be to the north. The next photograph, Ellie. And that's just a further view of that. So again, the extension comes slightly further out behind that tree that you can see there. And the next photograph. Oh, sorry, that was it, Chairman. In essence, Chairman, the applications on the committee before of the objections we received, but on balance, and I think quite clearly, we think that this scheme is acceptable and we recommend approval to it.
There are no speakers, so we go straight into questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not so much a question as really just to ask Gary to repeat the sole reason it's before us this evening is that there have been objections of one form or another from neighbours. Otherwise, it would have gone through delegated powers.
More questions? In that case, we'll go straight into debate. And this is who's
Chairman, it's Councillor Dockra's division. Councillor Dockra's ward, but my division chairman.
So, would you like to introduce the debate, Councillor Goodrick?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes. It's a village that I'm very familiar with. In fact, my husband's family were born in that village. The proposal before us tonight has no effect on the street scene. What is being proposed is completely in character with the building that's already there. The parish council have raised no objections to it, and so on that basis I am happy to move the proposal for approval, Chairman.
Does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I'm happy to second this. If you can see a small tear in my eye, it's because having left school 40 years ago, I worked on that farm, picking stones and grading potatoes in that building. It has changed somewhat, but it's a little bit of background colour for you all. So I won't digress anymore, and I won't add anything to what my colleague has said.
Anybody else wish to speak?
I could tell you stories about my time in Terrington, but they wouldn't be appropriate.
Right. I take it that the officers don't wish to say anything more? Yes, please.
Councillor Andrews.
For.
Councillor Cleary.
For.
Councillor Goodrick. For. Councillor Graham.
For.
Councillor Mason.
For.
Councillor Potter.
For.
Councillor Thackeray.
For.
Councillor Windris. That's 8 votes to 0 for approval, Chairman. Thank you.
Finally this evening, I hope, which page am I in? It's page 194, Wombleton Parish Council, application number 01181 full, a change of use of part of airfield land to allow siting of 6-number timber-clad static holiday units with decking, together with formation of a site vehicular access, associated permeable gravel internal site road with car parking spaces for the individual units, site landscaping and fencing with proposed low-level site entrance lighting. And it's land off Hunger Hill Lane, Wombleton, at Wombleton Airfield. Would the officer like to make the report, please?
Chairman, just before Alan pitches in on that, and I think members have got 1 or 2 additional bits of information that have been copied for them, including the appeal decision and letters from Dr. Slater and also Mrs. Ham. And I think we've also got a speaker tonight, Mr. Eden Blythe. But just like to clarify, and Councillor Braxton's left, so I thought it might be opportune to just explain that whilst this was a planning application that had been submitted to the council, just as we were about to present this to you, I think it was in March, the applicant appealed a non-determination, which came as a little bit of a surprise to us, and immediately kicked everything into the long grass, which is why we now have an appeal. It's a written representations appeal, and the slight dilemma that we faced was that when we got the appeal, the timetables for doing responses in the way of appeal statements on written representation appeals is very, very tight. And actually we've had to negotiate with the planning inspectorate so that we could bring this to you tonight so you could consider it as a planning committee rather than having to make a response which should have been on the 20th of May. So we've got a bit of a stay of execution until tomorrow to actually say what we say to the planning inspectorate. Having said that, as with all non-determination appeals, authorities have to, or are required or advised to, say to the planning inspectorate what they would have done with the application if it was still with them. So hence this report. And I did raise this with the chairman probably over a week ago now, well over a week ago, because I said, well, I would still like to deal with this as a planning application so that if people do want to take part and speak, then they've got the opportunity to do so. Otherwise, all they can do is write a letter to the planning inspectorate, which they probably will do anyway, but that's the way forward. So with that in mind, what we have here is essentially a recommendation to you as to what we would have done with the application, what we would have recommended to you, and in this case we're recommending that we would have approved it and recommending conditions. Obviously this is a site with a very checkered history, as you all know, and hopefully that sort of introduced it for Alan, so he can update you on late items and our reasoning.
Yes, thank you, Gary. Yeah, just also in terms of the updates, just to flag up to members that the late pages contained a schedule of conditions which weren't attached to the published report, and they're the conditions that would be forwarded to the planning inspector to be included should they be minded to grant planning permission. In terms of the plans that are relevant here, probably the most useful plan is on page 205 of the agenda, which is the layout of the application site, and there's also the adjacent site is greyed out on that plan, which is the recent permission for the 5 lodges to the north of the application site. And I think at this point it would also be useful, if possible, for us to just bring up the aerial photo, the first slide of the presentation, if that could be just brought up onto screen. I think it's a site that members will be fairly familiar with by now. So in terms of the current application, as Gary says, the decision no longer rests with us. The 2 principal objections that have been raised relate to safety implications from aviation operations and the impact of associated noise. To the west of the application site is a private unlicensed runway. It's not an aerodrome for commercial flying of passengers and is therefore not subject to the controls of the Civil Aviation Authority. The proposed layout, as shown on the plans on page 205 to 207, incorporates standoff distances clear of vertical obstacles, and it also includes a 32.4 metre wide safeguarding area measured from the centre line of the runway, and this would be subject to a condition as listed in the recommended conditions. The development would therefore comply with the relevant guidance produced by the CAA and would not prejudice the future operation of the adjacent runway. The proposed layout takes lodges no closer to the runway than the lodges in the 2018 application for the 43 lodges, which was refused, the subject of the appeal. And the distance is approximately 60 metres from the edge of the runway. The appeal decision in that case did not cite safety risk or aviation noise as reasons for dismissing the appeal. So in conclusion, the proposed development is considered to be in compliance with planning policy, and the recommendation is for approval, and that is considered to be consistent with the 2 earlier, most recent applications which are referred to in the planning history section of the report. I'll just run through the remainder of the photos in the presentation. If we could move on to the next slide, please. Photo facing west towards the access across the lay-by. So that photo is panned round to face towards the village of Wombleton. If we just move on to the next slide, please. Just facing, showing visibility in a northward direction. And the next photo is facing southward. And the next photo is inside the site. So this is facing towards the existing planting to the south of the potato store. And then the next photo will pan round roughly northwest across this is obviously the field to the east of the runway. And then just moving on to the next photo, panning round, facing, and you can just see in the background possibly the runway there. And then again moving round on the next slide, and this is showing the existing planting along the eastern side of the application site. And the next photo, please. This is facing back out from towards the access point. Next photo, please. Again, facing in the same direction, but from further within the site. So from this position, you've got the proposed development on the right-hand side, and on the left-hand side of the access is the consented development for 5 lodges. So moving on to the next one, please. And this is facing southward towards the site's roughly V-shaped, and this is facing towards the bottom of of that V shape across the application site. Next slide, please. And this is facing along the perimeter planting, which runs along the blue line boundary of the land within the applicant's ownership. And this is the perimeter planting. And next slide, please. This is facing northwest along the runway. This is stood on the applicant's land, and where you can see there's a white cross that shows that that part of the runway is not in use. On the left-hand side is the active runway. Next slide, please. And this is facing northward. Again, this is facing towards the bottom of the V-shaped application site. In the background, you can see the planting to the south of the potato store. And next slide, please. And this is facing along back towards the site entrance along the eastern boundary, the existing planting. And I believe that might be the last slide. Oh, no, this is facing back towards the site again, and just showing a different angle of that planting on the eastern boundary. And I think that, yes, that concludes the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alan. We have one speaker, Mr. Eden Blythe. Are you there, Mr. Blythe?
I am, Chair. Thank you. Before we start, may I just say that while I've been waiting, and I'm speaking for a number of people, I'll come to that in a minute, it's obviously come to my awareness that there are now conditions attached. We hadn't had the chance to see these because of the timescale. And we've quickly, the group of us, written an additional condition that we think would be very appropriate. I'd like to read you what we have to say, and then if you see fit, I'd like to either show you or read out that condition, please. Would that be possible?
The rules of the committee are that you have 3 minutes, Mr. Blythe. So I think you'll have to make the condition as part of your presentation.
And that won't be possible, I'm afraid. So the councils, unfortunately, will be bereft of that. Right, I'll start when you want.
Well, in that case, when you finish, I'll ask members if they're prepared to waive the rule on this occasion.
Thank you, Chair.
You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. I speak on behalf of myself, Eden Blythe, part owner of Wimbledon Aerodrome, Swift Aviation, who operate an aircraft repair business there, and residents Mr. and Mrs. Ham and Mrs. Willoughby. We object to the applicant's plans, being very concerned about their effects on both aviation and our general well-being. The applicant stopped Dr. Slater from using his runway 1735 by putting obstacles around it. He's finally removed them, but left a large contractor's compound by the runway preventing flights. The applicant claimed that the Civil Aviation Authority had put a permanent exclusion zone about runway 1735. They had not. When informed of the true situation, the CA did not renew the advisory notice. This action also obstructed traffic using Swift's runway 0422. On the 12th of February, the applicant wrote to Swift Air, as one of the persons in charge of Wimbledon Aerodrome, I do not authorise any use of it for aviation use whatsoever until all safety issues have been addressed. Deep in the supporting documents is the applicant's claim that he intends to provide a pedestrian access across the very start of our runway 22. This would put pedestrians in a completely invisible position to aircraft approaching to land, which would then be at head height at this point. These examples of the applicant's approach don't bode well either for aerodrome safety or for effective planning control. With respect, the officer's report misses a key part of planning policy relating to noise. This is para 182 of the National Planning Policy Framework, which states that if there's a prospect of a significant adverse effect on proposed new dwellings, i.e. from an existing facility, the applicant for the new dwellings is required to provide suitable mitigation. That's the agent of change principle. The council has correctly required an acoustic assessment of potato store noise, yet the office report states that although there is no planning restrictions on the operation of the runways, the noise impacts do not need to be assessed because, and I quote, the proposal does not relate to residential dwellings, but holiday units, which are not capable of being occupied in a permanent manner. This advice is inconsistent with the approach taken to the assessment of noise from the potato store, which was objectively measured and assessed for these same units. If acoustic measurements are required from the potato store, the same principle should surely be applied to aircraft flights in accordance with NPPF guidance. Again, the report wrongly implies that because noise from aviation was not referred to the planning inspector, it can be discounted. The planning inspector could only consider the council's reasons for refusing that application. These were the safety of future occupiers of the lodges and the impact of the proposed development on the character and appearance of the site.
You have 30 seconds.
None of those reasons was a noise. We request that the committee have regard to all these points and submit to the planning inspector that the appeal should be dismissed. The application fails to adequately address material planning considerations relating to noise in conflict with paras 188 and 182 of the NPPF and public safety. As a consequence, the future of both commercial and leisure flying activities from the airfield are imperilled. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blythe. Now, I shall ask members if they are prepared to allow you to put forward the condition that you're preparing, that you're referring to. Are we happy for that to happen? Yes. So, very quickly, please, can you just let us have the wording of that condition, that proposed condition?
60 seconds here. Thank you very much indeed. As no survey of noise from light aircraft using runways 1735 and 0422 has ever been undertaken, I would like to suggest that in order to comply with para 188 of the NPPF, the following condition is also submitted to the planning inspector. The development hereby approved should not commence unless and until a noise survey of aircraft using both runways 1735 and 0422 has been submitted to and agreed by.
I'm sorry, Mr. Blythe, but I think I'm going to have to ask you to read that out slowly.
Okay, sorry. Do you want to start again, or?
Just the wording of the condition, please.
Okay. I can if you want to put it up on my screen. Would that help?
Yes, if you could email it. Put it up on the screen, yes.
Right. I think that we can do it as an upload now, if you'd like me to.
Can that be done? I think it would be better if you just read it out very slowly.
Of course.
You can email it through to Chairman if he wants to.
The development hereby approved should not commence unless and until a noise survey of aircraft using both runways 1735 and 0422 has been submitted to and agreed by the local planning authority. The specification of the survey shall be agreed by the planning authority. Any noise attenuation measures identified as being necessary to protect the amenity of the occupiers of the holiday units shall be agreed with the local authority and implemented in full prior to the first occupation of the holiday units. And we did add a reason for that, which would be to comply with the provisions of the NPPF paras 180A and 182 and safeguard the amenity of future occupiers of the holiday units.
Thank you. And could you please email that to us as well?
I'll do that.
Thank you.
Chairman, I would like to come back on that, if I may. I mean, irrespective of what we decide to send to the planning inspectorate tomorrow, we've got to send a list of conditions anyway, because the inspector might allow it and they would like to know what conditions we would have applied. We do that with every appeal. But in terms of what's just been said, cuts directly across your environmental health officer's assessment of the situation set out in the report on page 199 and 200, which is very much indicating that it's not possible to apply the same assessment in relation to aviation aircraft noise in relation to essentially units that are not permanent residential units. So what I would suggest is, Chairman, that there is a non-determination appeal that's being considered here. There are no reasons for refusal. That's what the inspector's effectively been given a file to deal with. And it seems to me there are many players in this appeal, including the likes of Mr. Blythe and others who undoubtedly will have written, or if they haven't already written, are in a position to make these comments if they feel, as strongly as clearly Mr. Blythe and others do, that this additional condition, which we haven't included in our own suggested list of conditions, would be imposed. That's the suggestion, Chairman. But it would cut across every appeal, every application we've dealt with and every appeal that's been dealt with to put this forward as a suggested condition because we haven't put it forward before, and the environmental health officer is clearly telling us that we shouldn't be. So I think, Chairman, we need to think very carefully about this because even though it's a written representation appeal, as a council, we're the local planning authority, we've got to be seen to be behaving reasonably because we can still get costed on a written reps appeal even if the appellant doesn't ask for it. And so there's a danger here that we're just going that one step too far. Others may have the luxury of saying these things. They're not the local planning authority.
Are there any other points that you wish to make in regard to Mr. Blythe's statement?
No, Chairman. I think the report covers the noise issue. And we are where we are now. It's a recommended list.
Thank you. So we'll now go into questions. Councillor Mason.
Yeah, it's just to follow on from what Gary said, actually. So would the advice be to the objector? I think there's another speaker, though, isn't there? No. Would the objector to make sure he gets that condition sent to the planning inspectorate by tomorrow? Is that right?
I think that the timetable for making comments may have passed. I don't know. We've bought an extension of time by doing this, but inevitably, as with most appeal processes, there is an exchange of statements, and I think off the top of my head, then you get an opportunity to respond to the statements. We haven't got anything else yet because we've bought that extension of time. But the suggestion of the extra condition is something that the interested third parties may wish to consider sending to the planning inspectorate.
I mean, particularly in light they've only just received our conditions, maybe they should send that to the inspectorate on the
Well,
basis
the conditions shouldn't really be a surprise, Chairman. They're the conditions that have come off all the other planning permissions, so we haven't reinvented the wheel here, other than to make reference to the plans that are now being applied for. But everything else has preceded it on the grant of permission we granted in following the appeal for the first 5. If you remember, the appeal was dismissed, but really only on the grounds of the very tall screen that was 9 metres high that was going to screen it. The inspector didn't refuse it on any other grounds.
Are there any other questions? Because if there aren't, I have one. My question is, are we at liberty just to make no recommendations to the inspector, but just simply to say that if the inspector decides to grant planning permission, these are the conditions that we would ask the inspector to impose?
As a council chairman, I suppose we can tell the inspectorate exactly whatever we think about this as a planning committee. The purpose of this tonight was to bring this before you, so as a committee you were aware of. You previously, had the applicant not have appealed, you would have determined this application, and so it felt wrong for us to jump to the planning inspectorate's timetable of the 20th of May, because the only way we could have done that was just written a statement and sent it off. And that would have kept everybody out of the process. You know, everybody else who would have otherwise had the chance to come along and speak to the committee chairman. So it felt only right to do that. But as a planning committee and as planning officers, it's a sort of almost an established custom and practice in the context of a non-determination appeal to advise the planning inspector as a planning authority what decision we would have made if we were still holding the application. So that's where we are. And in that sense, if we'd been in that position, we would have made a recommendation of approval to you, Chairman, with the conditions we've listed. That's not our decision now, but we're then sending that on to the planning inspector who's dealing with it, who will make that decision, along with any other bits of information that are received or representations received, Chairman. So in that sense, I think it would be helpful, you know, if Mr. Blythe and others feel that there should be this additional noise condition, to make the planning inspectorate known, or make that known to the planning inspectorate, because they do feel that strongly about it. It's just not a condition that we feel we're able to support, Chairman.
Are there any more questions? The local member is?
That would be Councillor Ryedale.
So it would be Mr. Windrus then. Councillor Windress.
Thank you, Chair. I'll simply move the officer recommendations and all the conditions with it.
Does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Goodrick.
Thank you, Chairman. Having been in this position myself with my own business, I do think there is a great deal of strength to be added in that the existing businesses and facilities should not have unreasonable restrictions placed on them as a result of development that's coming. Now, I foresee that this will have that restriction if we are not careful, and I do think it's incumbent on us to protect the existing businesses that are already there that will be impacted by this development. We've done 6, and I just feel that this is a war of attrition that Mr. Herbert is venting against the council because he couldn't get 43 cabins. He's determined to bit by bit erode the authority's position. So I do think it is incumbent on us to protect businesses. And with regard to the noise, fortunately, if it's a holiday unit, the same levels of noise requirements are not as onerous as if it was a residential unit.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very much in agreement with Councillor Goodrick here, and I would just like to quote from page 198 under aviation safety. It is of fundamental importance that existing land uses are not ultimately prejudiced by the development, and the amenity and safety of occupants is upheld. Therefore, the proposal needs to be considered in the context of the flying operations for both the safety of users of the runway and the occupants of the holiday unit scheme. Now, I find it quite astounding that these noise regulations don't seem to apply to holiday units when the chances are they will be occupied for a significant amount of time. Now, some of you may be aware that I was subject to a formal complaint regarding the previous application associated with this site after I made accusations of false information being provided to the officers and committee, which certainly would have prejudiced the existing land use of the airfield and could materially affect this application. Now, I can confirm that the complaint was ultimately not followed up and that the planning consultant was reprimanded by his professional body, and I will say no more. Thank you, Chair.
Does anybody else wish to speak? If nobody else wants to speak, I will say what my view is, and that is I feel very uncomfortable about putting my name to any application which could have a degree of danger to people on the ground, and I've read the appeal decision. I've understood. I've spoken to the planning officers. I've understood all the arguments, and I know that we are in a very difficult place. But then the question I ask myself is, are we really in such a difficult place? And the answer is, no, we're not, because we don't have to make the decision. And my inclination is to write to the inspector and say, the decision is yours, Inspector. These are the conditions which we would impose or we would want you to impose if you decide to allow the appeal. And incidentally, we have a further representation from Mr. Blythe with another proposed condition. The only reason why we feel we cannot support this condition is because it doesn't actually, because the environmental health advise us that this might apply to holiday cottages, but because the rules don't allow us to do that, they would recommend against it because holiday cottages are not classified as a place where people live. And just leave it at that. Let the inspector make the decision, and if things go wrong, badly wrong, then we can hold our hands up and say it was nothing to do with us. I'm sure the planning officer will disagree with me, but I'm hoping somebody will propose that.
Well, you're not in that position anymore. We've given you a report that's saying we would have approved this planning application as a recommendation. That's on public record. Planning Inspectorate's got that, and it's got it will get the suggested list of conditions because you have to send the list of conditions anyway. But I think it's more than just where we'd previously got to. This is also where the inspector had previously got to. And part of the inspector's decision letter was concluding in part of their decision that the proposed development would be unlikely to prejudice the future operation of the adjacent runway, and the neighbouring uses would be able to coexist without unacceptable risk, blah, blah, blah. So the inspector deliberated on that when she dealt with the big application for 43 units. That's what we beat ourselves up with when we dealt with the first application last year for the first 5, and here we are with another 6. But it is where we are. That appeal decision is quite a compelling piece of information, and a planning inspector made that decision. This current application will be for another planning inspector. And I'm not suggesting one inspector slavishly follows the views of another, but it is clearly a significant issue. And the planning inspectorate will really want to know what we would have done with the planning application, and so that's why we've treated it as if it were still a planning application. That's what most authorities would do in this situation, and made a recommendation. And you're not obliged to follow that recommendation, as you know. I mean, clearly you're the planning committee, but I think there's an issue here in terms of this will be a planning appeal decision. It has to be a planning appeal decision. It can't come back to us for us to make the decision. And a new planning inspector will come to this with the planning history that's in before them, with an appeal that's less than, well, it's less than a year old. And they, what do you think they'll make of it? That's what I think they'll make of it, and they'll also make of what we've approved in the way of the first 5. None of these units are any nearer to the runway than was previously approved or proposed on the appeal submission. And we are in a difficult position, Chairman. I wouldn't disagree with you on that, but we're having to give you a professional recommendation and not expose the council to what is actually a risk of costs, because on written appeals, costs can be awarded, and they can be awarded by an inspector without anybody actually even asking for them. So just, I need to tell you that now because the rules of cost have changed.
Well, you know, I have to say, Gary, I value your professional opinion, and your professional opinion is what you must always give. It's what you must always give us. But I cannot see how the inspector can award costs against us if we simply decide that we're not going to give him a view, except to say that if he decides to grant planning permission, these are the conditions which shall apply. And I personally, you know, if the proposal is for approval, notwithstanding your advice, and I appreciate your advice, and I understand this, and it's thoroughly professional advice, and I'm not criticising it, but I will vote against it, for simple reason. From a personal point of view, I'm not prepared to put my name to a decision which has obvious dangers, and I think. I mean, unless you want to come back, Gary.
I think, Chairman, it's just simply to say that the recommendation is that the appeal be allowed because we would have granted planning permission subject to these conditions. And I think if members are not in agreement with that, you just need to be clear what you're saying.
Yeah.
So we can tell the planning inspectorate what you want to say, because that's what they're going to want to hear.
Does anybody wish to speak, please? I've made a suggestion. Will anybody second it? The proposal is we tell the inspector that we leave the decision to him, but if he decides to grant consent, these are the conditions that the ones that the officers have produced. These are the conditions that we're going to ask the inspector to add to the permissions. We have Mr. Blythe has asked us to put forward another condition, which is not part of our representations, but we would ask the inspector to also consider that condition as well. Is that clear?
Well, you can do it two ways, just our conditions and Mr. Blythe.
Well, I'll leave it to members. What do you think?
My question would be, we're not setting a precedent there for the applicant to come back again and again and again and appeal and again, and just, if we don't make a decision, surely that's something we should be doing. I'd be interested what the legal opinion is on this.
The applicant can come back as many times as he wants to.
Yeah, but if we don't make a decision on this one,
no, we'll
just use the same process again and again.
Yeah, I mean,
I know, but
I think
he deferred it because it was he took it to appeal.
Well, I think he's probably thinking twice about that decision now, but nevertheless, it's at appeal, and at some point, a planning inspector will make a decision on this appeal, as it now is. The following day, he might submit another application. I don't know, and another, because he can, and because anybody can. Who knows? But we can, and how we would react to those applications might be further coloured by the outcome of this appeal. It'll be a two-stage process, won't it, or a three-stage process?
That's kind of my point, because this didn't come to us. It's only come to us now because the guy took it to appeal in the first place, because we hadn't determined the application. So it seems quite an easy process. If we're not,
I think. Well, I can't put myself in the mind of the person who appealed something. Yeah. But maybe. Well, I don't know. I think hindsight might have helped on this.
Yeah, I think perhaps we ought to try and get some sort of structure into the discussion at this time. You wanted to say something, Councillor Thackeray?
Yes, all I would like to say is, in my opinion, we should include a very, very simple addendum, if that's the right wording, along with the conditions from the council that get submitted to the inspector, to say, and please consider the conditions proposed by Mr. Blythe as he wrote them. I think that's very important.
So that's been proposed and seconded. There's no need for officers to come back, is there? Because you've, so it's been proposed and seconded. Can I have the vote, please?
Sorry, Chair, what we're voting on?
We are voting. The motion is that we tell the inspector that we're not making any recommendation to him, except that if he decides to grant the appeal, these are the conditions that the council would have wanted to impose, and also would he please consider the following addition, which is the one which has been put forward by Mr. Blythe.
Okay.
Is that clear?
We've got the gist of that, Chairman. Obviously, we'll need Mr. Blythe to email his condition to us first thing in the morning, because we've got to send this tomorrow.
You will do that, won't you, Mr. Blythe? Yes. Right.
Councillor Andrews.
4, Chair.
4.
4.
Abstain.
For.
Right. Thank you. Thank you for that. There's no any other business which I've been notified of. There's a list of applications determined under delegated powers, and a list of appeals. Does anybody wish to make any comments on any of those?
We've got a site visit to arrange, Chairman. Got a site visit to arrange, Chairman.
And we've got a site visit to arrange. Right, so.
Ordinarily, Chairman, the site visit would be 2 weeks today on the 22nd of June.
Well, let me just have a look at my diary.
I'm not sure how that fits for people.
It's not very good for me either. What about the
23rd PM?
23rd Wednesday afternoon. What time are we going to meet, members?
Not PM. See you on your own.
I've been there 5 times in 3 in the morning.
Oh well, another one won't hurt them. 23rd at say 2.
Would 2 o'clock be all right for everybody? No.
Can't do the morning.
Well, what about in the evening then? 4 o'clock.
No, officers can't. We can do any time on the normal day on the 22nd, any time, morning or afternoon, or 23rd PM.
What about the 29th?
Yeah, I mean it's very close to the next meeting. Yeah, it's too close. It's too close to the next meeting if we need to do anything. That's the point of it being in between meetings on the second Tuesday. It's just cram. We got officers can't do it, and plus of that, you've got council that day. 25th on the Friday.
Yep.
21st. We need to do it that week, really, because if anything comes up out of it, we've got no time to get it onto the July meeting.
21st is good enough for me. Is good for me.
21st afternoon, what, 2 o'clock?
Wait a minute. Would you prefer the morning, Steve? So can we do it at night at 10 o'clock in the morning?
Could do it at 10 a.m. on the 21st.
10 o'clock on the 21st. It's agreed.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman.
Right. Thank you. I close the meeting. Thank you very much.